All right, I understand that we are now live. I will just briefly reorient us. We had a minor technical difficulty with getting our live stream going. It is October 29th, 2025 this morning, and we are conducting the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, and 16481 and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I have gone through introductions, and I think we're ready to move to some procedural items, keeping in mind that we have a pretty packed day scheduled for us. A couple of things I wanted to report on. One, I wanted to thank Baykeeper for the note about transcripts. We are not aware, the hearing team is not aware of any transcripts that have that are password protected. If there are any, if you would identify those for us, and for DWR, I'm sure DWR will help correct that so that none of those transcripts are password protected. We are planning to put together a consolidated transcript of DWR's case in chief. So that would be one block, and then the protestants, once we're done with the protestants' case in chief, we will create a block transcript for those. Those are, I know for us, they're nice to work with because you can use Control F conveniently. And we'll make those available on the FTP site for everybody to use if that's helpful to you. But also, please, if you encounter a transcript that you can't work with because it appears to be password protected, let us know, and we will try to work that out. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Maybe we can get some clarification. We've been looking at those transcripts, and our understanding is that they're protected to the extent that you can't edit them or manipulate them. Not that they're password protected and locked from viewing. But if the court reporter is available to answer those types of questions, we'd be happy to defer to them.
And maybe that's the issue. Maybe we can't combine them because they are password protected. That might be the problem, which I can understand how it would be nice to be able to combine them, but I can understand the reason for the protections. So that goes both ways. Maybe that's something we can investigate in the background too, or we can work with your team to try to get some clarity. I'm sure all of us would appreciate the ability to have one big transcript file. So we'll work on that. Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. That makes some sense. Moving on to other procedural issues, we have some outstanding items with dates, deadlines, site visit witnesses, etc. So I wanted to work through that as efficiently as possible. The last time we talked about this issue, we had talked about making the site visit witnesses available for cross-examination if that is necessary on December 9th or December 10th. At this point, I'm inclined to hold both dates, not because I think we'll need both dates, but because that may be the easiest way to make sure we can schedule everyone accordingly. So that's my tentative proposal here, unless we talk about it and come up with something else, is to hold both December 9th and December 10th. And please get your pens and pencils out because I'm going to rattle through some dates. We can talk through them. Also, so you know, I have asked my team to make a note of any oral procedural ruling we come up with today on dates and then issue it out by email as essentially like a minute order. I'll try to continue to do that going forward. I realize that's a courtesy that's quite helpful for everyone, and it's going to be somewhat informal, like a minute order just coming out by email. But to memorialize, you don't have to go back necessarily to the Zoom transcripts to see what we talked about in terms of setting deadlines. But here's what I'm looking at. From talking with our videographer, it sounds like we will have the video for at least October 16th, which was our full day, by this Friday, the 31st. It will be our first attempt here at the AHO to work with such a large video file and try to get it uploaded. We will do our very best to receive it on the 31st and have it uploaded, by Monday morning. I am open to, it is quite possible that we will have some technical challenges and we'll need to work with our DIT folks on that. But I'm going to be optimistic and hope that we can have those available to you, if not on the 31st, on the following Monday. What I'm thinking is once that video is available on the FTP site, and we will send out an email to let you know that it's available on the FTP site, that I would ask DWR within the following 4 business days. So if the transcript is available essentially on the 31st or over the weekend, I believe 4 business days would put us about on the 6th. But 4 business days after those videos are available for DWR to file any request for cross-examination of the witnesses or a motion to strike witness testimony or whatever evidentiary objections you may have with respect to the testimony of the site visit witnesses, that those would be made at that time. So 4 business days. And then 4 business days after that, the protestants would respond with confirming dates of availability of those witnesses that were requested to appear for cross-examination, and also any responses to the evidentiary motions. I want to do that fairly quickly because it's possible with the evidentiary motions we may eliminate the need for cross-exam. So that is what I'm looking at, 4 business days each once those videos are available. As I said, I expect the 1016 video to be available first on the 31st. I'm not sure if the 14th will be available at that time yet. I explicitly asked the videographer to prioritize the 16th because that seemed to be a more ed issue here. And then I would expect we'll get the video from 11:10 on 11:20, and then we'll make that available. Given the holiday, I was looking at December 1st for DWR to file a request to call any witnesses that we hear from on the 10th, or file any evidentiary objections, and then December 5th for a response. And then to the extent we need to have cross-examination of any of these witnesses, we would do that on December 9th or 10th. So let me go through that again. Assuming the video comes in on the 31st, and if it doesn't, then 4 business days afterward. But assuming it comes in on the 31st, I have November 6th for DWR to file its evidentiary objections and request cross-examination of any witness from the witnesses who appear in those videos that are made available. The protestants would have until the 13th to respond with witness availability and any responses to the objections. We already have November 17th as the deadline for DWR to submit evidentiary objections, not with respect to the site visit, or now we have Mr. Brodsky's witness's testimony that's not going to come in until the 17th. So we'll have to set a separate deadline for that, but that's the evidentiary objection deadline. I believe we will then get the videos from the rest of the site visits on 11/20, and then on December 1st, DWR would file any request for cross-examination of those witnesses or any evidentiary motions with respect to any of the remaining testimony from the site visits. And then the protestants would have until December 5th to respond with witness availability or any responses to the evidentiary motions. That was a lot, but I'm now open to comments on whether that proposal works. Ms. Carroll, please.
So hearing Officer Kinsey, I think that the request to file who we would be calling for cross and within 4 business days is more than doable. The concern that we're having is with filing the motions to strike and the objections without having the opportunity to perform cross-examination of those witnesses. It might be that. So wondering if we could change that 4 business days to after the 10th to make it December 14th for both.
No, and I understand where you're coming from. So let's think this through about how to do this effectively. What I'm trying to tee up is that it may be that, well, I guess if you're requesting to cross-examine the witnesses, then the protestants are on notice that you're requesting to cross-examine the witnesses, and then the protestants will have the opportunity. And I realize there's a dispute about whether this approach would be appropriate, but then the protestants would have an opportunity to withdraw the testimony as evidentiary as an evidentiary matter and seek to submit it as a policy statement instead. And then I was just thinking about how to rule on that issue in advance of hearing the cross. But you're right, we could tee it up separately. And the request for cross-examination would then put the protestants on notice to make such a request. So let's reformulate it that way. And then the evidentiary objections you're right, we need separate deadlines for that to come in. And we might as well just set one deadline for evidentiary objections to all of the site visit witnesses plus any witnesses we hear on the 17th, right, all together. And that would be sometime later.
In December.
I mean, it has to be after November 20th and, within a reasonable period of time when and then after December, right, because we have the 9th or 10th. So sometime after December 9th or 10th will be an appropriate deadline for DWR to file any remaining evidentiary objections with respect to kind of the tail end of things that we have outstanding. And do you have you may need to look at a calendar, but do you have a request on what would be reasonable for that?
Let me look at a calendar real
We're
quick.
kind of running into Christmas, so
Yeah,
all of
understand.
the holidays, any such holiday that one might celebrate in December.
Yeah, the holiday season. There we go. How about, well, that makes sense. The 22nd with our rebuttal.
That's nice. I like dates that go together. That looks good to me. And then I'm mindful too of the holiday season with respect to protestants. So the response to that would be sometime out into January. Let me see. And I'm going to give all of you a chance to comment on what we're talking about here. I'm just trying to brainstorm this through so we have something on the table. They're going to be much more limited than the initial. I mean, it's a much more narrow set of issues. So I'd be looking at maybe January 9th for the protestants to respond. So that is all on the table. If I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate Ms. Safdie, please. Good morning, Ms. Safdie. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you, hearing officer. I just had two requests for clarification for our clients. One is that I heard a mention of October 16th. I wasn't sure how that applied to the site visit on October 14th. So if the deadlines for DWR's filing of any requests for examination for the October 14th witnesses would be the same as for the October 16th witnesses.
It depends when we get the video. So frankly, I'm not sure. I asked the videographer to prioritize the 16th because there seemed to be more contention about that date and it seemed more time sensitive. I'm not sure if the videographer will have the 14th and the 16th on the 31st or just the 16th. So that's why I don't know.
Okay.
My
Okay.
intent would be to trigger a 4 business days. Once we get the video, 4 business days after would trigger DWR's obligation to identify any witnesses that they seek to call for cross-exam.
Understood. Thank you. I had one separate question, but I wondered if you wanted to go to Ms. Carroll first.
Okay, thank you. On that, Ms. Carroll?
I was going to say, I think we've already determined from the 14th, I'm sorry, the list is behind me, who we would be calling for cross. It would be Mr. Spencer Fern and Ms. Barbara Berrigan-Perea. No, I'm lying. Sorry, that's the wrong day. Oh, it's Mr. Gigoni.
Yes.
Okay, Zach Chacon. Okay.
And Dr.
only-
Sarmento.
And Dr. Sarmento for the 14th. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
And my other question was if the hearing officer could clarify the deadlines for protestants to request cross-examination of DWR witnesses.
Let's do the same. It'll be 4 business days after receipt of the video for that day.
Okay. So separate from our responses on the same day that DWRs are due. That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you for that clarification. I did not mention that. Those were a lot of dates and deadlines. Are there other issues or other parties who would like to chime in on that? If we can please elevate Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you lowered your hand. If you want us to elevate you, if you could raise it again. When you lower your hand, you move in our lineup. It makes it hard to find you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
My apologies for not having video at the moment. I wasn't really planning to jump in, but
Understood.
in the run through of dates, I thought I heard, and I'm not even sure I fully understood the context, that there was a protestant deadline mentioned for December 5th. And this has come up in earlier communication on timing matters, but I want to
You
note
have a
again.
big thing on you have a court. There's a court matter, right, on the 5th, or a filing on the 5th.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the filing deadline, an expedited one for the opening briefs in DWR's Delta Conveyance validation action, which is going to be a pretty all-consuming matter for some of the protestants' representatives in this proceeding.
So let me clarify because I had some, thank you, Mr. Moore. I had some back and forth with Ms. Carroll about this. So now let me recharacterize what's happening here. My understanding is 4 business days after we are able to post the video for the site visit, DWR would identify the witnesses that they are requesting to call for cross-exam. I think now there's not such a substantive response because we're going to defer evidentiary objections on that testimony until later in December, and the protestants' responses wouldn't be until January. So I think in response to the request for cross-exam is just confirmation. All I'm asking for from protestants now is confirmation that the witnesses will be available on either the 9th or the 10th, and identifying whether the witnesses will be available on the 9th or the 10th so that we know what is happening going forward. So I'd like to keep the December 5th deadline because we need to know for the 9th or the 10th who is showing up when. But I think it should be a relatively easy exercise, if you will, I hope, to just make that statement. And it's not a substantive response to evidentiary motions. Does that help, Mr. Moore? Does that clarify?
I think so, but not having had the opportunity to confer with other protestants, I realize there's a lot of intense scheduling stuff happening quickly,
Yeah.
which you need to do. So I'll defer to any of the other protestants representatives who might want to weigh in on the timing of that one.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Carroll, please.
And for clarification, it's not just DWR that needs to provide
Right.
it's all parties, correct?
Yes, it is. And I apologize. I keep saying that because you're absolutely right. Ms. Alftenberg.
Good morning. I seem to
Morning.
be invited in as a panelist and it won't let me join in any other way. So I would like to get off. I'd like to be demoted.
I will ask the team if it's possible to either to demote Ms. Alftenberg. I'm not sure. We will work on the back end of that. Oh, look, we were able to do that. Okay. That's the first demotion request we've had. Thank you. Are there any other comments on the procedural matters we've discussed so far? As I said, I plan to put out what I'm going to tentatively call a minute order, if that's the right phrase for it. So we have this in writing. And then if there are any concerns, of course, following up from this, you may submit them to the AHO by email. We aren't planning to meet again until November 17th after today, but communication in writing will work. All right, just 2 more items that I wanted to note. I am very much aware of the outstanding objections with respect to the schedule. I am planning to consider those and rule on those as efficiently and quickly as possible. As I mentioned before, I am planning to relax the deadline somewhat for protestants' responses to evidentiary objections. And I will try to get that out so you know exactly what you're working with. And I'm aware of, the date that you mentioned, Mr. Moore, which you brought up both in writing and during this hearing. So I know there was a lot going on for all of us with respect to Delta items right now. The other piece of this is I also am aware of some objections or requests for clarification about the scope of rebuttal and cross-exam and the types of evidence that qualifies as rebuttal evidence. And I do plan to address that again as quickly as possible and efficiently as possible, with probably in the same ruling that clarifies the schedule. So ideally, I'm looking at the end of next week to get that out to all of you. Ms. Carroll, please.
In light of all of the scheduled conversation this morning, and now knowing that the 17th is firm, we'd like to request that our evidentiary deadline of November 17th be moved to the 19th, since we'll be in hearing all day on the 17th.
Yes, I'm willing to relax the protestant's response, and I will take that into account. I realize these are 2 days and they stack up, but yes, absolutely, we can evidentiary objections from DWR or to protestants' evidence is now the 19th.
Thank you.
Are there any other procedural matters we should address before we get started, I believe, with Mr. Center? Then with that, I think if the hearing team would please elevate Mr. Flanders and Mr. Center. And then also we should probably elevate Mr. Krieger. Usually we do that, and Ms. Morris. Good morning, Mr. Flanders.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And good morning, Mr. Center.
Good morning, Hearing Officer.
And I will make sure the other, Mr. Krieger, if you would like to just make an appearance, you are welcome to.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning. Could I just procedurally one quick thing? I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
sure.
Right now, the deadline for parties to submit offers of exhibits into the record is November 3rd, and it might be helpful in your clarification ruling to be clear that for witnesses Brodsky that have not gone and won't go until November 17th, that there's a different deadline, just to differentiate those, because there's 3 witnesses that are outside of the site visit testimony that will not have gone until November 17th. That's Mr. Tomlin, Mario Marino, and Karen Mann.
Yes, and so that the offers of, probably what I'll do is I'll defer the offer of evidence from, would you have any objection if I just deferred the offer of evidence from Hood Community Council for all of the exhibits until?
I have no objection to that, and then we
After,
could respond to all of them in one fell swoop at a later
Yep.
date.
That makes sense. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And frankly, I'd be inclined, if we want to line up the deadlines, maybe we have an offer and then DWR's response will be 12/20. Any objections would be 12/22, and then those would all line up. I'll look at that and we'll pin that down. But if anyone's in communication with Mr. Brodsky, you can please let him know that his offer of evidence will come after the November 3rd date. All right. With that, I think I can turn to you, Mr. Flanders. Are you prepared? I need to administer the oath, but is this a good time for me to administer the oath for Mr. Center? Are we ready to proceed with his testimony?
We are, thank you.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Center. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. With that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Jason Flanders for Protestant Friends of the River et al. Mr. Center, could you please state your full name for the record?
Charlie Magnuson Center.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Mullen, could you please elevate Exhibit CL002 corrected center testimony? Mr. Center, you can ask Ms. Mullen to scroll through to see if you're familiar with this document.
I am familiar with the document.
Okay, and is this a true and correct copy of your testimony for this matter?
It is.
In there, there's a reference to Exhibit CL001. Is that a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
Additionally, your testimony references Exhibits CL004 through CL027. Are those true and correct copies of exhibits to your testimony?
Yes.
And I understand you'd like to present your testimony today without your PowerPoint summary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. So Ms. Mullen, I think you can take this exhibit down. And with that, Mr. Center, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to start by thanking the hearing officer, Kenzie, and the Administrative Hearing Office for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Charlie Center, and I'm providing this testimony as a concerned California resident and small business owner in El Dorado County, and on behalf of a coalition of recreational and upper watershed interests. Camp Lotus is a small business in El Dorado County, established in 1969 along the banks of the South Fork American River. I've operated Camp Lotus since 2017. El Dorado County itself is home to numerous small businesses in the thriving community that rely on the flows of the South Fork American River running through the heart of the valley. The South Fork American is one of the most floated rivers in the United States and is home to amazing recreation as well as a thriving ecological diversity along the riparian corridor. The importance and value of the upper elevation watersheds cannot be overstated. For example, the valuation analysis of a single watershed, the ecosystem, goods, and services of the upper American River estimates the capital asset worth to be between $731 billion and $1.6 trillion, and provides more than $14.8 billion annually in goods and services to people within the watershed in Sacramento, throughout California, and beyond. The purpose of my testimony is to present the risks the Delta Tunnel poses to the upper watersheds in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The Delta Tunnel will increase the capacity to take water from these watersheds and transport it to other geographical locations to the south of the Delta. And DWR's analysis fails to account for these upper watershed effects. DCP-FER Appendix 3H is a water transfer analysis. It assumes the project is unlikely to increase transfers. However, when demand is greater than supply, prices increase for marginal supplies, creating strong incentives for suppliers to sell water. Water sales are used by many water agencies, such as Placer County Water Agency, El Dorado Irrigation District, Yuba County Water Agency, Modesto Irrigation District, all to augment revenues. There are also many projects that are currently proposed, in planning, or in process throughout the Delta watershed, which are intended to increase diversions and water sales. Del Puerto Dam, Pacheco Dam, the raising of Shasta Dam, constructing the Sites Dam, raising San Luis Dam, and raising Pine Flat Dam. The Delta Tunnel would increase the capacity to move water across the Delta, which would increase the demand for water from these upper watersheds. The increased ability to sell water south of the Delta would incentivize more storage, diversion, and conveyance for anyone who controls a storage reservoir, further impairing the natural seasonal rise and fall of our rivers and streams. In sum, the negative impacts to the public trust and beneficial uses of the upper watershed interests from the proposed project are numerous and severe. The risks to these amazing resources due to the proposed tunnel must be avoided and mitigated to ensure water quality, drinking and water supplies, recreation, fish and wildlife are not harmed from the proposed project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Center. And thank you, Mr. Flanders. I will looks like to Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Mr. Center?
I do. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Center. How are you?
Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
I'm Ann Carroll. I'm DWR General Counsel, and I'll just be asking you a few questions this morning.
Sure.
Mr. Center, you submitted a statement of qualifications identified as CL1 for this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you here to provide expert testimony?
I am not.
Okay. I do note that you are an attorney. Are you providing any legal opinions as part of your testimony?
I am not.
Okay. In your capacity as an attorney, did you ever practice water rights law?
Are you asking like professionally or?
Professionally.
I've never practiced professionally.
Can you tell me about your non-professional experience?
I would say generally more is interest in the area I live, and being aware of projects that may impact primarily the South Fork American River, things I care about, and researching them, but I've never been a hired water law attorney or practice in that field.
Now, Mr. Center, are you aware that DWR has no facilities on the American River?
I am.
And then, Mr. Center, are you a hydrologist?
I'm not.
Are you a geologist?
I'm not.
A climatologist?
I'm not.
I sound like a Dr. Seuss book. I'm sorry. Do you have any experience in acquiring water rights?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any experience in selling water rights?
I do not.
Okay. And then did you conduct any analyses in support of your testimony?
No, besides reading the documents and yes.
And then in your testimony, and if you need to look at it, it's page 4, line 1. You assert that the Delta Conveyance project will have a significant impact on the recreation of the surrounding towns and cities. What's the basis for your statement?
Sure. If I could give a little context. As I just stated, I'm not an expert. I live on the South Fork American, grew up on the South Fork American, and have spent a lot of time within the upper watershed regions. And I believe it says on my prior experiences, or mentions, I'm also a whitewater enthusiast or kayaker. And I'd say a lot of my concerns and observations are based on, I believe I've paddled all the major rivers in the Sierra Nevada, from headwaters through the foothills to the valley. And I've seen the impact to each of those upper watersheds between different water years, whether it's drier, wetter. And so I think that sets kind of a baseline that raises concerns for me, seeing the impact of beneficial uses within the watersheds, with less water, with more water. And my fundamental concern, and I would say the concern of most of the other signatories on this protest, would be that the proposed project is going to increase the capacity to take water from the Delta. And with that increased capacity and concern over additional water transfers, the numerous storage projects that are within the upper watersheds, it changes the economics of constructing those facilities. And so that's one concern. Another concern is observing on the upper watersheds the changes in flow pattern that could happen with increased water transfers, and the impact that has on beneficial uses in the public trust. So I'd say those are the two main concerns that I have regarding the proposed project.
Thank you, Mr. Center. And then in your testimony, and let's pull this up, Ms. Mullen, if you wouldn't mind, please. It's CL2. And if we could go to page 6, paragraph 11. I know the screen can be small, so it looks like you have a print copy there.
I do.
Um,
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. So you're referencing table 6 in this paragraph. And is that from what I'm calling is the Administrative Hearing Officer Exhibit 1050? It's the water supply for existing conditions in the project alternatives table.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up AHO 1050 and go to PDF 3? Okay. And in your testimony, are you referring to the top 2 lines of this table to support your assertion that the state water project deliveries will increase 22% due to the Delta Conveyance project?
I believe it's actually the top line, so existing conditions, and then along the project alternative lines along the top.
Right. And so maybe I should say the top row where it says total annual state water project deliveries, long-term average.
Yes.
And then the one below, total annual state water project deliveries, average and dry and critical water years.
Yes.
Okay. But these 2 lines are not referring to individual deliveries, correct?
My understanding is the under the existing conditions for the 2004-29 with the additional annual SWP deliveries based on the project alternatives.
Okay, but these are averages. These are not an individual year, correct?
The long-term average, is that what you're asking? Yes.
And then Ms. Mullen, we can take this down and go back to CL2, please. And I think this should be CL2 revised. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So on page 8 of this testimony, please. So you've deleted this calculation there, correct?
Where the red line is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go back to page 6, sorry, Ms. Mullen, you're discussing water sales. Are you referring to water transfers?
That's correct.
Okay. And then are you familiar whether there are regulatory requirements to enable a water transfer?
I believe there are. I'm not an expert in that area.
Okay. And then have you read the operations plan for the Delta Conveyance project?
And which one are you referring to, or which exhibit are you referring to?
Sure. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 805? Oh, revised. So this is what I'll represent as the Delta Conveyance project operations plan. Have you seen this document?
I'm not specifically aware of that. I'd say the basis of my testimony was based on the AHO-1016.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Center, have you had an opportunity to review DWR's proposed permit terms for the Delta Conveyance project?
I have not.
Okay. And then, did you review any water transfer information on DWR's website in preparing your testimony?
I did not, just the exhibits regarding what was included in my testimony.
Do you know what a groundwater substitution transfer is in the context of a through Delta water transfer?
I wouldn't beyond what I stated in my testimony regarding generally kind of groundwater recharge sigma, but I'm not an expert in that area.
Okay. Do you know if the water transfers that you contemplate would occur through the Delta Conveyance project would be subject to the diversion limits set forth in the incidental take permit issued for the Delta Conveyance project?
As highlighted in my testimony, my concern, I guess, and this is based on Appendix 3H and AHO 1016, are assumptions that there are supply limitations, demand limitations, capacity and regulation limitations. And as I stated in my testimony, assuming the regulatory limitations with the ITP is concerning, I guess, to me, just because the expiration of 2034, the ITP could change. And so relying on the ITP conditions to assume that there'd be regulatory constraints on additional transfers does raise concerns for me.
And Mr. Center, are you aware, does DWR have any water rights upstream on the American River?
I don't believe so, but not to my knowledge, but I wouldn't be able to say with certainty.
Okay. Mr. Center, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then I will look to the room. Are there others who have questions for Mr. Center? Then with that, Mr. Flanders, do you have any redirect for Mr. Center?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that was highly efficient. Mr. Center, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your testimony and taking the time to be here and for your patience. I know we had to reschedule and you are excused.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, I believe next on our list are the SAC sewer witnesses, if I have this right. And I believe I should look to, well, let me look to the room. Which of the attorneys should I be calling up here? Is this Ms. Tabor or Ms. Moscal? Am I getting this right? We're moving quickly this morning, realize. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning. Yes, I just got in my seat.
So the question is, I believe SAC Sewer's witnesses are up next. Does that, are you ready? Does that fit with your understanding of where we are this morning?
Yes.
And who should we be calling first?
Yes. Okay. We are beginning with Mr. Lundy, please.
Mr. Lundy. Look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Lundy.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Lundy. It looks like there you are. We can see you. And if you can say good morning, then we'll check if we can hear you.
Good morning.
Excellent. With that, I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Tabor. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. With that to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lundy.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 9 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Are Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 10 and 16 true and correct copies of the process flow diagram and the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit relied on as exhibits to your written testimony?
I'm looking for 10 and 16. My flow diagram is not labeled exhibit in anything, so I'm not sure if that's the reference flow diagram or not.
Okay, I will offer that they are. Those are the numbers. We can come back to that and check it if we need to. Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 11 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, would you please summarize your testimony as it's set forth in your PowerPoint, Sacramento Area Sewer District 11? And if we could please bring up Mr. Lundy's PowerPoint.
Yes, yes. Are you going to display the PowerPoint or?
Yes, and then you can ask, do we have Ms. Mullen this morning? Ask to have the slides advanced as you are moving through it.
So again, I'm Clarence Lundy. I'm the Director of Echo Water Operations here at the Echo Water Resource Recovery Facility. And this testimony is offered on behalf of SAC Sewer. Can you change the slide? In overview, in my opinion, the DCP Delta Conveyance project will adversely, impact the Echo Water facility and operations here at the Echo Water facility. DCP will jeopardize SAC Sewer's ability to meet our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit compliance. And Department of Water Resources proposed permit term 4 is inadequate to ensure these impacts will not occur and adversely affect SAC Sewer and the Echo Water Resource Recovery Facility. Change slide. Effluent meets the water quality standards of unrestricted recycled water use, includes for irrigation on food crops, which is, currently being delivered, will in the near future be delivered to South County agricultural areas just south of us in approximately a year. Those flows will be going there. Right now, the treated effluent is discharged in the Sacramento River. And delivered to a small number of water recycle users. However, in the future, the amount of recycled water that we'll be delivering to South County Ag will greatly increase. It's important that compliant treated effluent and untreated, partially treated wastewater can be diverted to emergency storage basins as needed on site during various events or permit challenges or limitations with our permit. We can divert to our emergency storage basins here on site. In 2017, there was an expansion of our emergency storage basin, which increased our operational capacity from 290 million gallons to over 400 million gallons of storage here on site. Change slide. The Echo Water utilizes these emergency storage basins to both cool effluent and maintain compliance with our NPDES permit. We're not allowed by permit to discharge effluent to the river when the flow ratio of 14:1 is not met. This is 14 parts of river to 1 part of effluent discharge. In addition, the effluent discharge, it has temperature limitations and requirements that we also must meet as part of our permits. Echo Water primarily uses our ESBD to hold final effluent from the river during these type of events. The ESBD has the ability to pump and move approximately 190 million gallons of treated effluent to our outfall and ultimately discharge in the Sacramento River. Temporary storage of the treatment effluent typically occurs during periods approaching reverse flow, during reverse flow, and coming out of reverse flow. Obviously, often caused by downstream tidal influence and low river flows. Next slide. DCP may alter, our concern is it may alter the conditions of the Sacramento River at Freeport, increase low flows and reverse flows. Sacramento or SAC Sewer, sorry, will need to hold treated effluent and ESBDs more often for longer periods of time and at larger quantities. Increased usage of Echo Water's emergency storage basins facilities will result in a loss in operational flexibility. Essentially, as flow is stored, it's taken up capacity that we may need for other reasons. In addition, it'll increase wear and tear on emergency storage basin D pumps and equipment. Also increases operational costs for operating and maintaining these assets associated with the emergency storage basin, and ultimately has the potential to affect us meeting our permit limitations, therefore potentially being non-compliant with our permit. Next slide. The Department of Water Resources proposed term of number 4 is inadequate. No comment from the DWR was to modify the DCP operations to avoid adverse impacts. Sorry, no commitment was made from Department of Water Resources to avoid these adverse impacts to Sac Sewer. To reduce these adverse impacts, Department of Water Resources would need to limit DCP operations to certain times, both before and after tidal influence, and reverse flow occurs. And they also need to provide specific river and effluent flow during DCP operations. And there is a potential that these costs would need to be reimbursed to Sac Sewer to mitigate these impacts associated with the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide. So in conclusion, approval of the Delta Conveyance project change petition will lead to significant adverse impacts to Sac Sewer and its operations. Adverse impacts must be fully mitigated. The DCP operations could jeopardize Sac Sewer's NPDES permit compliance, and ultimately DWR's proposed permit term 4 is inadequate in addressing these concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Lundy.
Next slide.
Initially, it was
I believe that's it.
separate, but then.
Oh, there's one more. Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I interrupted. Mr. Lundy, did that complete?
I'm not hearing sound.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Lundy? We can hear you. Mr. Lundy, can you hear us? Check. And we'll check again.
Hello, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear
Okay,
us?
sorry, I muted you by accident. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. We wanted to make sure. And I wanted to make sure, did that complete your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. And I apologize for that interruption at the end. With that, I think, Ms. Morris, it looks like you may have questions for Mr. Lundy.
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lundy. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you.
My name is Stephanie Morris, and I'm outside counsel for DWR, and thank you for being here to answer my questions. And looking at your testimony, it says you have a degree in civil engineering and are a registered civil engineer in California, correct?
That is correct.
And are you currently employed with the Sacramento Area Sewer District?
Correct.
And your role is Director of Operations for the Eco Water Facility?
Echo Water, yes.
Echo, thank you. And the Echo Water Facility was previously called the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, correct?
That is correct.
In your professional career as a civil engineer, were you employed by any other entities public entities prior to the Sacramento Area Sewer District?
Yes.
And what were those other entities?
Sacramento County Department of Transportation and Caltrans.
And in general, what was your role at the Sacramento County Department of Transportation?
Assistant engineer, civil engineer.
And at Caltrans?
Student engineer.
So that was like 2 years ago? Just kidding. Trying to have a little levity in the moment. Let's see. I want to understand a little bit more about the 14:1 ratio. If we could pull up what's been marked as SASD 016. Is this your current discharge permit?
Yes,
Okay. And I believe you cited this in your testimony, correct? So you're familiar with it.
yes,
And if we could go to PDF page 5. And maybe if we could scroll down. Let's see. Yes, right there. Do you see section F?
yes,
And is that the requirement you're talking about the 14:1 flow ratio?
yes,
So that's that's where this occurs. And you state the 14:1 river to effluent ratio. Um, and that's where you're pulling this for your testimony. Is that correct? This is sort of the basis of it.
yes.
And what is RSWU-001 in terms, it
I,
appears to be a location.
yes, I believe it's a river flow monitor.
Okay. Do you know where that location is?
I believe it's the monitor at Freeport, near Freeport Bridge.
And is that upstream of the discharge location?
Just upstream, yes.
Do you know the approximate distance?
I don't, I mean, I could estimate it, but it would be an estimate.
You could go give me an estimate. I won't hold you to it. I'm just trying to understand.
100 feet.
100 feet. Okay. So relatively close.
Yes,
Okay. And I'm trying to understand the 14:1. Is it in essence like a volumetric quantification so that there has to be, in essence, 14 parts of Sacramento River water to 1 part of effluent discharge?
in essence, yes.
Okay. And that's at the discharge location.
Yes,
And where exactly is the discharge location?
approximately 100 feet downstream of Freeport Bridge.
Okay. And you mentioned low flow conditions are sometimes an issue. We could take this down, Ms. Mullen, thank you. Um, do you recall that low flow conditions can be a concern for discharges from the Echo water facility?
Low flow effluent or low flow river flows?
Low flow river flow, I believe is what you said.
Yes,
Okay. And is that because it reduces the volume of discharge that you are allowed to discharge into the river?
it doesn't reduce the volume, but if it gets below the ratio of 14:1, it prohibits discharge.
And does the in terms of flow direction of the river, and I think you understand the reverse flow concept. Do you understand what I mean by reverse flow concept?
Yes,
And there's no requirements in your NPDES permit regarding reverse flow criteria, correct?
correct.
And am I correct that there is a separate agreement with the Freeport project in terms of like an operating agreement that discusses reverse flow situations?
There is a separate operating agreement and it refers, I believe it does contain the verbiage reverse flow.
And in terms of reverse flow under that agreement, um, is it your understanding that diversions from Freeport are potentially halted if the Sac regional wastewater effluent has traveled 0.9 miles upstream from its discharge point?
Can you restate that?
Yep. Is it your understanding under that operating agreement that diversions from the Freeport facility are halted when Sac regional or Sac area wastewater agency now, as it may be called. I'm sorry, I'm getting it wrong. SASD effluent has traveled 0.9 miles upstream from the discharge point.
That's not, I'm not sure I completely understand the question that's being asked. It's,
Well, let me just ask it. Are you familiar with the operating agreement as it
yes,
relates to diversions at Freeport?
yeah, in general, yes.
And is there a certain trigger of 0.9 miles that impacts operations of Freeport facility regarding wastewater discharge?
I'm not aware of a trigger that references 0.9 miles. I'm aware that that's the distance to the facility, but I'm not aware of that permit or that agreement referencing the 0.9 miles.
And do you know the distance? Well, let's start here. Is the Freeport diversion upstream of the discharge point for the wastewater facility?
Yes,
And how far upstream?
approximately 0.9 miles.
And is it your understanding that the Sacramento River is tidally influenced at Freeport?
Yes,
And is it also your understanding that the the Sacramento River is tidally influenced at your discharge location?
yes,
Under the SASD 16, the MPDS permit, and and I just want to clarify, you're not required to stop discharges so long as that 14-to-1 ratio is being met. Is that correct?
that's one limitation. There are other limitations, but as long as we are meeting a 14-to-1 ratio, we are not prohibited from discharging based on that dilution limitation.
Okay. And my understanding, well, it doesn't matter. I think my understanding is that the Freeport location is about 1.3 miles upstream of your discharge point. But is that, I'm probably misunderstanding. Are you positive that it's 0.9?
I looked at it a couple months ago and it was about a mile. I'm not positive, no.
That's fair. Okay. I'm not positive. You're not positive. We think it's about a mile. Do you have any experience, Mr. Lundy, reviewing hydrodynamic models?
No,
And so is it fair to say you don't have any experience reviewing or understanding modeling results from DSM-2?
no.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up SASD 009. And I want to go to page 8, please. And do you see on line 11 where it begins, increased reverse flow events at Freeport are caused by or exacerbated by the DCP operations?
Yes,
And it also says it has the potential to cause SASD to limit discharges and hold treated effluent in storage basins until downstream river flow resumes to a minimum 14.14 to 1 river effluent ratio.
yes,
But earlier we talked about that the MPDS permit doesn't have any requirements as it relates to reverse flow. It's just in essence a dilution of 14-to-1, correct?
correct.
And what is the basis then for your statement that increased reverse flows will be caused or exacerbated by DCP operations?
The removal of water from the system would likely result in additional reverse flow situations. Approaching a reverse flow situation, we drop below the 14-to-1 ratio. And even if we don't have reverse flow, we can still have the effect of affecting that dilution ratio going into or coming out of a reverse flow situation.
Does the 14-to-1 apply when there is a reverse flow?
Yes, it applies before, during, and after.
Did you review chapter 21 of the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project, which has been marked as AHO 1167? I would represent to you that's the chapter on public services and utilities.
I don't recall that specific chapter. I reviewed parts of that document, but I don't recall what that chapter is.
Okay. Are you aware that the EIR analyzed the potential for reverse flow events at the Echo water facility?
No, not explicitly.
And if we can look at AHO 1167, please, Ms. Mullen. And this is the chapter I was just asking you about. Does this refresh your recollection?
No.
If we could just quickly look at, I believe it's PDF page 39, or might be 38, sorry. You could scroll down to, I want to see line 37, sorry. Yeah, do you see on line 37? Where into lines 40, and it goes on that it's talking about potential reverse flows and the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant.
I do see it.
Okay, but you didn't review this, correct?
I believe this was perhaps referenced in another document that I reviewed.
Okay. Did you review chapter 5 of the EIR regarding surface water?
Can you go to that portion of it?
Do you see right here on 39 where it says, as described in chapter 5, modeling shows?
I believe I did review that portion of it.
Okay. And if we could go to AHO 1027, which is chapter 5. Please, Ms. Mullen, sorry, I forgot to say please. So this is chapter 5. Did you review this chapter?
No.
Okay. If we could just look at, well, if you haven't reviewed this, perhaps. So in coming to your opinions, is it fair that you didn't review chapter 21 or chapter 5 to reach your opinions?
I didn't review, correct. I did not review chapter 5 or 21. I reviewed the testimony and report of Susan Polson, which referenced those two chapters.
So is it fair to say in terms of any opinions that you have that rely on the frequency and duration of reverse flows and the potential impacts, that you are relying in whole on Dr. Paulson?
No, that's not in whole, no.
Well, did you do any analysis to support your opinions?
Other than understanding the operations of the Echo Water Resource Facility and understanding the frequency of reverse flow and the modeling results that those reverse flow events would likely increase as a result of DCP. That's what I'm relying on.
From Dr. Paulson?
From portions of Dr. Paulson's and portions from my experience here at this facility.
Okay. Well, in that case, then let's just maybe look at this. If we could go to page 27 of this document. Looking at lines at the bottom, 35. And then I'm going to move down to the next page, but do you see, looking at line 37, that it talks about the reverse flows and they're both small in duration and flow distance? And then it
I-
references figures.
I see where that reference is, yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down to this, yes. And if we could look at both of these, do you see that the top one is frequency of duration of reverse flow, and then the bottom one is um, the frequency of reverse flow distances?
I see it.
And you didn't review these, correct?
I reviewed similar graphs, but they looked somewhat different.
Okay. And were those graphs produced by Dr. Paulson?
Yes, or let me rephrase that. They were included in or referenced in a report.
Okay. And then we could take this down. And if we could look back at Mr. Lundy's testimony, SASD 009 on page 9. And looking at lines 25 through 27, you appear to take issue with the permit term 004, which is restated in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And if we could move down to page 10. Do you see on lines 9 through 10 where you state, in order to avoid or sufficiently reduce adverse impacts to SASD operations, DWR would need to limit the DCP diversions to certain times before and after tidal effluent reverse flows occur?
Correct.
And are you aware that the incidental take permit for the project contains a condition that addresses operations in certain times before and after tidal reverse flows occur?
No.
Okay. If I'm going to pull that up in a second, but I did want to go back to the 14-to-1. When the 14-to-1, does it apply as instantaneous flow at Freeport, or is it an average flow at Freeport?
I believe it's a 1 hour average.
Okay. So let me just try to understand this. If it's a 1 hour average and you aren't meeting that 14 to, well, actually strike that. Let's strike that. Let's go back to talking about tidal influence. If we could pull up what's been marked as AHO 065. And I will represent to you, this is the incidental take permit that is issued for the Delta Conveyance project, and it contains various bypass flow conditions. And I want to direct your attention, if we could go to PDF page 205 of this document. And do you see that this 11.111 is talking about diversion criteria?
I see it's titled diversion criteria, yes.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page, do you see this definition of tidally dominant?
I see the definition.
Do you agree? It says if it's 24 hours, running average Sacramento flow is below 20,000 CFS, the Sacramento River near Hood is tidally dominated.
I see it says that.
So in general, this would cover, low flow conditions, correct? Because it's anything below 20,000 CFS.
I'm not sure.
Okay. If 20,000 CFS is measured at Freeport, and anything below 20,000 is considered tidally dominant, would you agree that that would include low flow conditions that you're concerned about, and potentially medium flow, but definitely low flow?
I believe, yes, I believe the low flow condition is below the 20 cubic feet per second.
what would you define low flow
20,000.
condition at Freeport as for purposes of your operation?
Low flow condition for the purpose of our operation is anytime we don't meet our 14:1 dilution ratio.
Can you give me a CFS at Freeport number?
I not off the top of my head. I could do a calculation, but no, not off the top of my head.
But at any rate, it would be less than 20,000 CFS, correct?
I believe it is.
Objection.
If
I don't believe that was his testimony.
Mr. Lundy, if you can respond, please do.
I'm not sure.
So I'm sorry, you said you agreed that 20,000 CFS at Freeport would cover low flow conditions, but you don't, as you sit here today, have a specific CFS at Freeport definition of low flow for purposes of your operations?
For the purposes of our operations, low flow us means 14:1 dilution ratio. I don't know what that equates to in a CFS. Sitting here.
If we could scroll down so we can see the split page here, do you see that this says in those tidally dominant conditions that the following North Delta NDD criteria shall apply?
Which bullet?
Well, I'm asking about the top part. Do you see in the very first thing, it says it's defining criteria for the North Delta diversion points that apply during those tidally dominated sections, and then I will point you to a bullet point.
I see where it says that, yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down just slightly, and you see that the second bullet point says the permittee shall not divert from the North Delta intakes unless an instantaneous bypass of Sacramento River flow of 10,000 CFS is maintained below the North Delta intake C.
Yes, I see where it says that.
I don't have any further questions for.
I want to object to those questions. Where was the question? You asked him to observe information in this document, but there was no
I would love
question
to
based
ask
on
a
it.
question, Hearing Officer Kinsey, but if the witness can't define low flow condition, then it seems kind of pointless to ask him what this means, this 10,000 in diversion in regards to the tidally impacted. So I'll have to connect those
Well,
elsewhere if the witness is
I'll
unable
move to strike all those
define the
questions.
definition.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time.
The witness was not aware of the low flow condition, so none of those questions the lack of questions, none of the asking the witness to read or observe provisions of this permit are relevant to his lack of knowledge.
If you would like to raise that objection, I'll accept it in writing. It can come in with the other evidentiary objections. I just think we have the testimony now, so I think we can move on because Ms. Morris is done. Is that right, Ms. Morris?
Now I want to ask some more questions.
Well, wait, okay.
That's the case. I mean, I think that if I can have
I'm objecting to Ms. Morris's testimony without a question about the contents of the ITP.
All right. Do you have follow-up, Ms. Morris, with respect to the contents of the ITP?
I do. I'm going to ask a couple more questions here.
Okay.
So, and I apologize because I'm flipping back through your testimony, Mr. Lundy, but in your testimony, I believe yep, I want to look at SASD 009 and page 5. And do you see in paragraph 11? where you're discussing the 14-to-1 ratio.
I see paragraph 11, yes.
And in the context of and discussing the past and the duration of the river to effluent flow diversions, you talk about typically occur when Sacramento River flows are low and downstream tides are high. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by Sacramento River flows are low in the context of that statement?
It's a general awareness that the rivers are operating lower than normal.
And in terms of your responsibilities for operating the discharges, do you have a general awareness of a low Sacramento River flow in the context of flow at Freeport?
I have awareness of the ratio, which is of flow to effluent, which is our operating limit, the criteria in which we use to go into diversion or not, or come out of diversion.
Do you know if at any time since you were operating the facility, the SAC sewer operation affected the East Bay Mud Freeport operations?
I'm not aware of any.
And on an hourly basis, since the 14-to-1 is an average of an hour, what is the average discharge into the Sacramento River of effluent on an hourly basis?
It's seasonal, so that's a difficult question, and it has quite a large range.
Can you give me the range?
Anywhere, I'll give you a common number. Our average dry weather flow is 108 million gallons a day.
And in regards to this statement here about low flows, you don't have an opinion as to what Sacramento low flow means at Freeport in the context of flows at Freeport. Is that correct?
In the context of river flows alone, that is correct.
Okay, and then if we could go back to I believe page 10. And looking at lines 8 on, it's your opinion that in order to avoid or reduce adverse impacts to SD operations, the DWR needs to limit DCP diversions regarding certain times before or after tidal effluent reverse flows occur, correct?
Correct.
And what do you mean by certain times?
There's a time which we will not meet our 14-to-1 ratio, and a time where we do. So by certain times, I mean when it adversely affects our ability to discharge and meet our 14-to-1 limitation.
And in your opinion, are you aware of the location of the proposed North Delta intakes?
Generally, yes.
And are they downstream of your discharge point?
Yes.
Do you know how far approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't recall. I know I measured it, looked at it at one time, but I don't recall what it is.
Over a mile?
Not sure.
So you're not aware if it's over a mile or 10 miles or 20 miles? You have no awareness?
If it was an estimate, I would say it's approximately over a mile, less than a couple miles.
If it was more than 20 miles away, would that change your opinion about the potential impacts to reverse flows, duration, and severity?
Depends on the effect it depends on the effect it would have at the Freeport location.
So in terms of potential Sacramento River low flow conditions that you're concerned about, would you agree that because the Delta Conveyance Project is removing water downstream of your facilities, that those low flow conditions would not be exacerbated by removal of some water from the Delta Conveyance Project, correct?
Objection, there's lacks foundation.
I think, can you rephrase that, Ms. Morris? I think I'm not sure. Well, I don't think I followed.
I'll try again. Because the DCP diversions are downstream of your discharge point, and therefore are not removing water above your discharge point, would you agree that low flow conditions in the Sacramento River as it relates to flow, not tides, cannot be impacted by DCP diversions?
Objection, I think that's outside the witness's expertise. He testified he's not has no experience in hydrodynamics. He's a plant operator.
I'll overrule it, but just to the extent you have knowledge or experience, Mr. Lundy.
Can you can you say the question one more time?
Because, okay, you are providing testimony about impacts and you have both statements about low Sacramento River flows and tidal conditions, correct?
Yes.
And hypothetically, if a point of diversion for water was downstream of your discharge locations, would you agree with me that simply removing water from the river would not have any impact on the Sacramento River flow in terms of quantity at your discharge location?
I would not agree.
And you don't agree with me because you're considering tidal impacts, correct?
Objection, he did not testify that that was the basis for his opinion.
Overruled. You can clarify, Mr. Lundy, please.
I don't agree based on the knowledge of the relationship between the DCP and our location. And again, I'm not a hydrologist expert.
And when you say you don't agree, then because you believe the location is between 1 to, I think you said 2 miles downstream, correct? You're basing it on that location, your understanding?
I know I'm basing it on the report that it will have an adverse effect to the flows at the Freeport location.
Let me try it this way. If there is no tidal condition and the flow is positive, so we have the tides are not impacting towards a negative flow. Do you understand? Are you with me so far?
Yes.
So we're in a tidal positive condition. It may be a low flow condition in the Sacramento River, but if it's positive flow and there are downstream diversions, would you agree that those downstream diversions would not impact the flow at your discharge point?
Objection, again,
In a
this lacks
positive flow
foundation.
Oh,
situation.
overruled.
No, I don't agree.
Okay. Does the effluent discharge rate during the day stay pretty consistent?
You'd have to define pretty consistent. It fluctuates.
Is it vary by the hour?
Yes.
And you didn't provide any information about those discharges or the quantities of those discharges in order for the department to sort of evaluate potential impacts that you are describing in your testimony, correct?
I'm not aware of providing any information, though.
At this point, I am done with the questions. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. With that, I will look to others. Am I missing anyone who has questions for Mr. Lundy? Then with that, Ms. Tabor, do you have redirect for Mr. Lundy?
I do not.
All right, we are very efficient. Mr. Lundy, thank you so much for your time and your testimony and answering all of our questions today, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I believe next we go to Dr. Paulson. Is that right, Ms. Tabor?
Correct.
Let's go ahead. And we already have Dr. Paulson, but let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. I think it's a good time for that, and then we will return with Dr. Paulson. We'll come back at 10:45, please.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Tabor, and I believe we already have Dr. Paulson elevated. All right, Dr. Paulson, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I just want to make sure we have someone from DWR here as well. Excellent. Thank you. And Dr. Paulson, do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Paulson.
Good morning.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 12 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 13 a true and correct copy of your expert report?
It is, yes.
Are exhibits Delta Public Water Agencies 1, 2, 3, and 4 true and correct copies of your presentation, testimony, report, and curriculum vitae submitted on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies and relied on as exhibits to your written testimony, SASD 12?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 14 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Paulson, at this time, if you could please summarize your testimony as it's set forth in Exhibit SASD 14.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the slides. Could you please advance one slide? Thank you. So as Ms. Tabor noted, I previously testified on behalf of other protestants, including the Delta Public Water Agencies, and I would like to simply incorporate that testimony by reference here. And I also previously described my qualifications, and so we'll do the same with respect to my qualifications. And then in my testimony today, I will walk through the 3 opinions that are listed on this slide. So could we please advance 2 slides? Thank you. I would like to start with a little bit of background information. So this figure shows the location of the Sacramento or the Sac Sewer wastewater treatment plant. It's located east of the Sacramento River and east of the town of Freeport. Water treated at the plant is currently discharged primarily to the Sacramento River. So it is chlorinated at the plant. It flows through a large pipe from the treatment plant to the river. It's dechlorinated in a facility that's located adjacent to the river, and then it's discharged to the river via a 74-port diffuser that's located on the river bottom, approximately 400 feet south of the Freeport Bridge. So as Mr. Lundy already described, flow in the Sacramento River is tidal at this location, particularly when the daily average or tidally averaged Sacramento River flows are low. And this affects the operations of that diffuser in a couple of primary ways. So first, when the river flow drops to less than 14 times the effluent flow rate, the discharge to the river is halted. And that happens because the diffuser would not achieve sufficient mixing below that flow level. Water that would have been discharged to the river under those circumstances is instead routed to storage basins that are located at the wastewater treatment plant. This can happen when the river flows simply slow down and fall below that 14-to-1 ratio, but remain in the downstream direction. It also happens when the river flows slow down and then reverse, and when the river flows upstream at this location due to tidal action. So again, this occurs primarily when the net river flows are low. So it tends to happen more often in drier years and in dry months of the water year. So when the river flows in the downstream direction later following a low flow or a reverse flow event, when those rise again to above the 14-to-1 flow ratio on an ebb tide, then discharge to the river resumes. And under those circumstances, discharge to the river consists both of the treated effluent that's flowing directly from the treatment process at the plant and water from the storage basins that was stored during the flow reversal is then metered out and discharged to the river as well. And as was previously noted, these requirements are incorporated into the MPDS permit for the wastewater treatment plant. And then the second way in which river flows can affect operations has to do with the coordinated operations between the Sac Sewer wastewater treatment plant and the upstream Freeport Regional Water Facility. That, I believe, is about 1.25 miles upstream of the Sac Sewer diffuser. So operations between those two facilities are coordinated. And when the reverse flows in the river are strong enough and when they last long enough, there's a risk that effluent that had been previously discharged by Sac Sewer could reach the intakes of the Freeport facility. So when that occurs, there are these operating rules that would require the Freeport Regional Water Facility to shut down temporarily until, again, the river flows would flow in the downstream direction and carry that previously discharged effluent downstream of those Freeport intakes. So both types of these operational rules or adjustments depend upon the river flow rates, which are measured at the Freeport Bridge, again, roughly 400 feet upstream of the diffuser. And those flow rates are measured in real time. And the operations depend upon the hourly measured flow rates. And then, of course, the effluent flow rates, which are measured continuously. The next slide, please. So this figure was presented both in my Sac Sewer testimony and in the DPWA testimony, and it summarizes the scenarios that DWR modeled both in the FEIR and in the ITP application. So in the top rows, there are 3 no project scenarios that were simulated. 2 were presented in the FEIR, and they're no project scenarios corresponding to the existing condition at a 2020 level of climate and sea level, and then the future condition at a 2040 level, which was simulated with 1.8 feet of sea level rise. And then as part of the ITP application, the updated baseline scenario was added. That is a 2020 level of climate and sea level, and it incorporates non-stationary hydrology. So it's a climate adjusted baseline at a 2020 level of climate. And then there were also 4 DCP scenarios that were modeled, 3 within the FEIR. Those are alternative 5, which I understand to be the proposed project. Alternative 5 with a North Delta diversion priority scenario, and then alternative 5 at a 2040 future climate and sea level condition. And then finally, the DCP ITP operations, which are the updated operations of the DCP on top of the climate adjusted base hydrology. So those are the 7 scenarios that we have for that DWR has conducted modeling for, that where we have the results already and they've been presented already. So in its testimony to the State Water Board, DWR presented results for 4 of the scenarios. Specifically, Dr. Preece in DWR 400 presented analysis of the FEIR existing condition and alternative 5 scenarios. And then Mr. Singh in DWR 100 presented those same 2 FEIR 2020 level scenarios. And then in DWR 110, he presented also the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios. So all of the scenarios that were presented by DWR in its testimony to the State Water Board were for 2020 climate and sea level conditions. So what we did to evaluate the potential impacts to Sac Sewer was to use DWR's model files to compare the scenarios for the periods of overlap. And what I mean by that is that the FEIR runs were conducted for a period of 1923 to 2015, and the updated baseline and ITP scenarios were presented for a period of 1921 to 2021. And I used the model results for the time period that overlapped between those sets of scenarios. So that would be the time period of 1923 to 2015. Next slide, please. So DWR presented information regarding the impacts of the DCP on reverse flows and on Sac Sewer operations within the FEIR. But those conclusions or presentations were a little bit inconsistent. So I'd like to quote from some of those scenarios, and I apologize, but I will be repeating a little bit of the testimony that was just presented. So in FEIR Chapter 9, DWR stated that, and I'm quoting, a very slight increase in reverse flows would be associated with intake operations, end quote. And that's in AHO 1059. In FEIR Chapter 5, which is AHO 1027, that chapter said, and I will quote again, the result of the assessment determined the frequency of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of the proposed intakes near the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant would increase slightly when the intakes were operating. The reverse flows attributable to these operations are very small in both duration and reverse flow distance. According to DSM-2 results, there is no increase in frequency of stronger reverse flow events, reverse flow distance greater than 0.8 mile. And that's end quote. In FEIR Chapter 21, DWR stated as follows, and this quote is from AHO 1167. They stated, quote, modeling shows that flows at Sacramento River at Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant are not affected by DCP operation, and low flows would occur at very similar frequency with or without project operations, end quote. And then in his testimony to the State Water Board in this proceeding, Mr. Singh stated for the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, quote, under the updated baseline and refined ITP DCP criteria, incremental effects to the flows, storages, water levels, flow reversals, and delta water quality remain consistent with the FEIR conclusions. That's at DWR 110 at page 1. And then at DWR 110 at page 31, Mr. Singh elaborated and said as follows, quote, the result of the assessment determined that the frequency, i.e. count of events, of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of the proposed intakes near the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Plant discharge location would increase slightly when the intakes were operating. The reverse flows attributable to DCP operations are very small in both duration and reverse flow distance as shown below in Figure 32. Figure 33 also shows there is no increase in frequency of stronger reverse flow events, reverse flow distance greater than 0.8 mile, end quote. Neither the FEIR nor DWR's testimony to the State Water Board tabulated or provided detailed information describing the number or duration of reverse flow events for the NO project or the DCP simulations. And in its testimony, as I've stated on prior days, DWR also did not present information on reverse flows with sea level rise. So for example, there were 2040 scenarios that are described in the FEIR, but those scenarios were not presented in their testimony, and DWR also did not provide model results for later timeframes with different levels of sea level rise. So to evaluate these things, I used the output from DWR's modeling files to tabulate and to count and characterize the reverse flows in those model scenarios. And to be clear, we used DWR's modeling files directly and did not create any new scenarios ourselves. So that brings me to this opinion 1, which is that DWR's DSM-2 model runs indicate that reverse flows at Sac Sewer's discharge location would increase in number, duration, and severity as a result both of future climate change, and DCP operations. And DWR's analysis of reverse flow conditions during the period of DCP operation is insufficient. Next slide, please. So these figures are from my report, which is SASD 13, and they present my analysis of DWR's model results. So the top figure shows the duration of reverse flows over the simulation period that's common to all the sets of modeling runs. And here what we see is the existing condition is a red solid line. The proposed DCP and NDD priority scenarios for 2020 are the blue and the pink dotted lines, and they fall nearly on top of each other. And those are the bottom sets of lines on the top graph. The updated baseline is a solid purple line, and the ITP scenario is a dashed gray line. Those are pretty close to each other, just above those bottom three scenarios. So what comparing those sets of model runs shows is an increase in the number of reverse flow events as a result of the updated hydrology. So again, all 5 of these scenarios are for a 2020 climate condition. The primary difference is that the updated baseline incorporates the climate adjusted hydrology. So what we see for the updated baseline scenario is that over that simulation period of 1923 to 2015, there are 3,569 reverse flow events, and that's compared to the FEIR existing condition scenario, which has 3,117 events. So there's an increase of 14% in the number of reverse flow events in this simulation period due to the climate adjusted historical hydrology. So the top lines, which are way above the other sets that we've just discussed, are from the FEIR for the 2040 condition. So the future condition, which is a no project condition with 1.8 feet of sea level rise, is a solid yellow line. And the DCP 2040 simulation is a dashed green line. So what we see is that sea level rise results in or induces a very significant increase in the number of reverse flow events in the future. So the future no project condition has 9,292 reverse flow events, which is nearly 3 times the number of reverse flow events for the 2020 baseline no project scenario. The bottom graph, which is labeled reverse flow distance, shows the same 7 model results, and they plot in about the same groupings. So the FEIR 2020 scenarios, the 3 of them, clumped together as sort of a bottom line here, the one where you can see red. The updated baseline and the ITP scenarios are nearly on top of each other and are just above the FEIR 2020 scenarios. And then the 2040 scenarios are the yellow and the green, dashed green lines that are the top lines on the graph. And they show an increase in the reverse flow distance and the number of reverse flow events that will occur for a future scenario. So in summary, what we see is that DWR's model results indicate that climate change by itself will result in a much higher number of reverse flow events in the future. They're bigger and they last longer. And the changes in reverse flow events result both from shifting hydrologic patterns, for example, the updated baseline versus the FEIR baseline, and from sea level rise in that future 2040 simulation scenario. And then to be able to see the results more clearly, next slide, please. We also tabulated the results. So these tabulated results correspond to the results that we saw on the last slide in graphical form. And what we see is that the number and severity of reverse flow events is similar for the top 3 scenarios, which are the FEIR 2020 scenarios. But the newer ITP simulation shows roughly 2.3% more reverse flow events compared to the updated baseline. So with the ITP, we see 3,653 reverse flow events, whereas with the updated baseline, we see 3,569. So again, a difference of about 2.3% more events for the ITP compared to the climate adjusted 2020 baseline scenario. And we also see more events that have a reverse flow distance of 0.6 miles, 126 versus 120 and 118, excuse me, and more events that have a reverse flow distance of 0.8 miles. So 28 with the DCP versus 25 in the baseline condition. For the 2040 model runs, those are the bottom 2 rows in the table. We see far more reverse flow events, again, more than 9,000 in that future condition. With the no project, we see 9,292, and with the DCP, we see 9,188. So slightly fewer reverse flow events for the DCP relative to the future baseline, but a much larger frequency of reverse flow events for that future sea level rise condition than for the 2020 level scenarios. But DWR hasn't yet included in its testimony to the State Water Board the model results for the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios with sea level rise. Again, the scenario results that we have so far are without sea level rise. And they also haven't included the North Delta diversion priority on top of the ITP or the updated baseline scenarios with sea level rise. It's important because we see that there are more impacts for the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios at a 2020 level condition relative to the FEIR 2020 model runs. And then, as I've previously stated, we do not yet have testimony from DWR describing DCP operations or Sacramento River flows for model scenarios that would evaluate TUCP's temporary urgency change petition conditions or catastrophic failures conditions within the Delta. So on this basis, DWR has not yet provided information necessary to demonstrate that the DCP will not have unreasonable impacts to reverse flows or SAC sewers operations at its discharge location. And then, as I'll describe later in opinion 3, DWR has not yet proposed mitigation for reverse flow impacts that would occur with the DCP. Next slide, please. So in my prior testimony, DPWA 002, I described DWR's failure to evaluate the restoration projects that will be pursued in association with the DCP. And to my knowledge, DWR has not analyzed the hydrodynamic or water quality or ecological impacts of the proposed tidal habitat and channel margin restoration within the Delta. As a result, my opinion is that DWR's testimony regarding the implementation of habitat restoration projects is incomplete and insufficient. Next slide, please. So opinion 8 of my testimony in DPWA 002 described how proposed restoration activities, such as levee breaching and raising shallowly subsided land to support the growth of tidal marsh vegetation, can alter tidal flows within the estuary. And for example, the quote here is from the Delta Stewardship Council, which has noted that tidal marsh restoration projects affect delta flows and salinity by changing the geometry of river flows and tides, either increasing or decreasing salinity intrusion, depending on the location and design of the restoration project. And that's the end of the quote. In general, restoration projects can alter the hydrodynamics of an estuary, which can impact the frequency and magnitude of reverse flows, can increase residence times within the estuary, can induce salinity intrusion, and can affect background water quality. But DWR has not described the location, the size, or the timing of its planned restoration projects, and has not evaluated whether these projects would affect reverse flows in the Sacramento River or increase saltwater intrusion or otherwise degrade water quality. Given the extensive planned restoration, it is essential to evaluate the effects of these measures on DCP operations, including on reverse flows in the Sacramento River and on water quality and ecological conditions. Next slide, please. So my third and last opinion is that DWR has proposed to coordinate DCP operations with SAC Sewer by sharing projections of tidal reverse flows and DCP diversions. But this proposed coordination is insufficient mitigation. Next slide, please. So as part of DWR's testimony to the State Water Board, Mr. Singh stated in DWR 100 that, quote, although reverse flows are not anticipated to have any upstream impacts, once the DCP becomes operational, DWR is committed to coordinate operations with the Sacramento Area Sewer District and Freeport Regional Water Authority operations and share projections of tidal reverse flows and any diversion that may be anticipated. And as shown on this slide, DWR also proposed a permit term 04, that says essentially the same thing. However, in her May 27th, 2025 testimony, Ms. White appeared to state that DWR will not modify DCP operations to minimize reverse flow impacts, and that DWR's coordination with Sac Sewer would be limited to information sharing. DWR's offer to share forecasts of reverse flow events is insufficient, as data sharing does not provide a mechanism to mitigate reverse flow impacts. And additionally, DWR has not proposed a method to be used once the DCP becomes operational in order to assess whether and to what extent the reverse flows are made worse by the operation of the DCP. So in summary, sharing forecasts really does not substitute for meaningful action. And DWR's refusal thus far to commit to operational adjustments leaves Sac Sewer and other in-Delta users, such as the Freeport Regional Water Authority, vulnerable to the potential harm from reverse flows. Next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. So as I described in opinion 1, DWR has not evaluated whether the ITP operations of the DCP would worsen reverse flows in the Sacramento River during future conditions with the impacts of climate change and future sea levels and climate-adjusted baseline hydrology. So my evaluation of the model results that we do have from DWR indicates that the ITP operations, when combined with future sea level rise, may increase both the frequency and severity of reverse flows in the Sacramento River at Freeport. So for that reason, it's important that DWR evaluate impacts for the actual anticipated ITP operations for the time frames and climate conditions when the DCP would operate, which would be 2040 and beyond. And also that DCP propose modifications to DCP operations if and when the DCP would worsen reverse flows in the Sacramento River. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. With that, I will looks like Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Paulson?
I do. Good morning, Dr. Paulson. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. I wanted to, if we can pull up your report, SASD 013, please. Ms. Mullen. And if we could go to page 2. Oh, sorry. Yes, it is a different PDF page. My apologies. I will get you the right one. So report page 2, but I believe it's PDF page. If we could try 12, I might have to jump here for a second. Yep, if we could go to the page 11 then. Great, thank you. Okay. So if we could scroll down, this section in 1.2, this is the description of your methodology that you use to for your report. Is that correct?
It is, with the exception that input, I think, should read output. And specifically, we used the 15-minute velocity from the DSM-2 model output files for velocity at Freeport.
Which is not included in this statement or anywhere, right? What you just said is at Freeport was not included where you pulled this information, correct?
I believe that I did describe that in my testimony.
Okay. And this report, in essence, you're calculating negative flow events as you've described them, correct?
Only in part. We're looking at the flow rates in the river at Freeport, again, from DWR's output files, and looking at how they relate to the SAC regional flow rates and whether that 14-to-1 flow ratio is triggered. So it includes reverse flows, but we pulled the full record of the 15-minute velocities from those model output files and used that full record as the basis for the analysis.
And Dr. Polson, for your calculations of these contained in your report, what DSM-2 node did you use to represent Freeport?
I believe that it was the, just a moment. I believe it was RSAC 155.
Thank you. And what is your, in the context of this analysis, what is your definition of a reverse flow event? In essence, would you agree, and you can correct me, is it a continuous period when the velocity is negative?
I don't understand that question. What do you mean a continuous period?
Why don't you scroll down to the next page, please, Ms. Mullen? And if we could just scroll, as I understand it, the methodology is we saw the first paragraph. It's on page 3, and then it which is actually page 12 of PDF. And then it concludes on page 4. If we want to scroll down to the next page. Do you agree that that's the documentation for the methodology that you used in this report?
I believe, yes, that's a portion of it, yes.
Well, is it the whole methodology, or is there other descriptions of the methodology in a different section that's not section 1.2 methodology?
No, I did summarize the methodology in 1.2. On the screen, we're only looking at a portion of that description.
Right, but my question was, we were scrolling through, so I said the beginning of page 2 of your report, not the PDF page, since you're looking at a hard copy, all of page 3 and the top of page 4, correct?
Yes, that's my summary of our methodology, yes.
And so if we can go back to PDF page 12 or report page, actually, I think it is PDF page 13, page 4. Do you see where it says to evaluate the potential impact?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm curious how you are defining, what is your definition of a reverse flow event?
A reverse flow event would be when the flow rate at Freeport or at that model node drops below 0.
And is it any time it drops below 0, or does it have to stay at 0 or be negative for a certain amount of time?
I believe that Sac Sewer's operations are based upon a 1-hour average.
Right, but when you did your calculation in the methodology, how did you treat it?
I would need to look back and confirm. I believe we may have done it using the 15-minute output as looking at each 15-minute output interval.
And how did you calculate advective distance?
As the mean distance traveled at the mean river flow velocity, sort of integrated over the reverse flow event, or added over, excuse me.
And did you provide the data to create figure 2, and I believe it's table 2 in SASD 013?
What do you mean, did I create the data? I don't understand the question.
Well, I understand that you use DSM-2 files, but I assume,
Yes.
and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you had to use some kind of tool, a spreadsheet or something, to extract the data, to make your calculations, to draw the table, and to create the figure. Is that correct?
Yes, we did it directly using the output from the DSM-2 model file. Yes.
And where did you compile the output in order to create the figures and tables in your report?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The data that we extracted from the model and processed are summarized in the figures in the report. We
Right.
did that via codes.
So did you provide that information anywhere in your exhibits so that DWR can look at that data and the codes and how you calculated and created your figures and your table?
I don't recall whether we provided the codes or not, to be honest.
Can you provide that information? I can't find it in the record.
Yes.
Okay, we would request that that information be provided as soon as possible. And going back to the advec distance, how did you calculate that mean distance that you described?
It is the velocity for a 15-minute interval times 15 minutes, because velocity is distance over time times time will give us a distance. And so it's computed for each 15-minute interval from the 15-minute model output and then summed over the duration of a reverse flow event.
And if we could go to I want to go to the table in your report, which is on your page 10. So I think maybe 20, maybe 18. Sorry, Miss Mullen, to make you guess. I forgot to pull the. Yes, thank you. 19. Perfect. So report page 10, PDF page 19. In comparison of the existing conditions for 2020 versus the Alt 5 for the DCP, am I correct in seeing that there are fewer reverse flow events under the DCP for the 0.8 mile reverse flow distance?
And I'm sorry, you're looking at the top two rows of the table for the 2020 conditions, just to clarify?
Comparing 2020 to alternative 5, if we look at the 0.8
Yes.
distance,
Right, there are 26 events for the existing condition 2020 and 23 events for the alternative 5 2020. That's correct.
so there are less reverse flows at 0.8 events. Let's call it events. There are less events at 0.8 with the DCP, correct?
For those two scenarios, comparing those two scenarios, yes.
Yes. And if we look at the existing conditions 2020, the top row, and compare it to the North Delta prioritization 2020 for 0.8, there are also less events with the North Delta prioritization than existing conditions, correct?
Fewer events, yes. There are 26 in the existing condition and 18 in the NDD priority scenario. That's correct.
And if we compare the future condition of 2040, which is the second to bottom line, row, sorry, versus the Alt 5 DCP for 2040, we see fewer reverse flow events under DCP for, again, for the 0.8 miles, correct?
That is correct. There are 295 for that FEIR future condition 2040 scenario and 281 for the alternative 5 scenario.
And in looking at the 1 mile event, if we compare the future conditions of 2040 to the alternative 5, we also see fewer events, right? 77 versus 75.
For those scenarios, there are 77 in the baseline and 75 with the alternative 5 proposed project as it existed in the EIR. The model conditions were updated in the updated baseline and the DCP ITP scenarios.
Well, I'm going to ask you about that right now. That's a different rows, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we were talking about the bottom two rows and the 1 mile condition, correct? Before?
You were, yes.
Well, my question to you and your response was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the only scenario where your table shows a higher frequency of reverse flow distance greater than 0.8 miles for DCP is the DCP ITP 2020 versus the updated baseline, correct?
Yes, which I understand to be the most representative of the project. Yes, that's why there's the concern.
And if we look at the difference, it's a difference of three events in the 93-year period of record, correct?
For that 2020 condition, yes. But this is the basis for why I think it's important to model the scenarios for the time period and under the conditions when the project will actually operate. This is the basis for that.
I understand, but my question
Opinion.
is the updated baseline 2020 has 25 events of 0.8, correct?
For a 2020 level of development, yes.
And the DCP ITP 2020 has 28 events, correct?
Yes, again, for a 2020 level of development, yes.
That's what that's why it says updated baseline 2020, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then it's the increase of 3 events in the 91 years of record. That's an average increase of 1 extra event every 31 years, correct?
You have probably done that math correctly, but again, it would be important to do model runs for the time period when the project's going to actually operate and the conditions that are expected for its operation.
And I have one question for you. In your oral summary, you made reference to an operating agreement regarding the Freeport project. And I did not find that anywhere in your testimony or in your report or in your summary. Can you show me or tell me or direct me to where in your materials you refer to or talk about the Freeport project and any operating agreement?
That's a good question. The location of the Freeport Regional Water Facility is shown in my figure 1, but other than that, and just looking quickly, I do not know if I referenced that.
And you're aware that Sacramento County Water Agency provided testimony in this hearing, correct?
I have not explicitly reviewed that.
And are you aware that Sacramento County Water Agency is a member of the Freeport Regional Water Authority?
I don't know those details in terms of the arrangements between the agencies.
And so when you made a statement about potential impacts to the Freeport Regional Water Authority, you're not authorized to speak on their behalf, correct?
My testimony relates to the operational arrangements or agreements between the organizations.
And I want to go back and look again at the table. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And if we can look at the North Delta prioritization, is it your understanding that that has higher North Delta diversions than alternative 5?
Generally, yes. The timing varies, but yes.
And in looking at the 0.8 miles column, it appears that there are 18 events under the North Delta prioritization. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there under alternative 5, there are 23 events for 0.8 miles, correct?
Yes.
So even though the North Delta prioritization has higher North Delta diversions than alternative 5, it had fewer 0.8 mile events compared to alternative 5, correct?
I mean,
According
it had
to the
fewer
table.
events. I don't understand the importance of the even though, but yes, it had fewer events.
And how do you explain that?
because it is removing water from delta channels downstream of the diffuser at Freeport.
But if there were higher diversions under the North Delta prioritization than under Alternative 5, wouldn't you expect to see the same or more events at 0.8 miles?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't have any further questions.
May I actually correct something that I said earlier?
Please. I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. You had asked me about the Freeport diversions, and those are certainly referenced in the quotes from the, or I believe, let me look. Yes, there is reference to the Freeport Regional Water Facility. In the discussion that I have included the quotations from the FEIR. So I do believe that those joint operations are clearly within the scope of my testimony and evaluated there.
But you didn't reference the operating agreement, did you? That was my question, not whether they appeared anywhere, but whether you referenced the operating agreement that you discussed in your oral summary.
Well, those quotes from the FEIR talk about the intake operations of the Freeport Regional Water Facility. So yes, I do believe that is within the scope of what I presented.
So are you familiar with the operating agreement, coordinated operating agreement between Freeport Regional Water Authority and SASD?
I'm familiar in a general sense with it. Some of the work that I did, I believe, helped inform the terms of that agreement.
And are you aware of the 0.9 mile requirement that's referenced in that agreement?
I don't remember specifically what distance is referenced, but I do remember that that is how we structured that coordinated operations agreement when we did the work to support the evaluation. And that probably would have been at my prior firm, not here, just to be very clear.
Flow Science, that is.
Correct.
Thank you.
That all you have, Ms. Morris?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to follow up on something, Dr. Paulson. Can we go, Ms. Mullen, can we go back to that table 2 we were looking at? I was just left confused, which is probably I'm sure is my own doing. So Ms. Morris was just a few moments ago referencing the row of NDD prioritization 2020 and I believe alternative 5 2020 with respect to the differences in events exceeding distance of 0.8 miles. And I was wondering if you can explain to me, or if you have an opinion about why the modeling would show fewer exceedances at 0.8 miles with NDD prioritization.
Yes, so water flows downhill, and in the Sacramento River, the water surface elevation at Freeport in the vicinity of the Sac sewer discharges is generally higher than the water surface elevation downstream at the proposed DCP intakes. When those DCP, and so water flows generally from upstream to downstream, right? When those intakes are going to be operational, the water surface would be lowered in the vicinity of those intakes because they are removing water from the river. And so that gradient in the water surface elevation between the upstream point of discharge for Sac sewer and the downstream point where water is being withdrawn from the river, that gradient is greater. And that affects the frequency of the events. So in general, water is being removed from the Sacramento River downstream of the Sac sewer discharge points, and that induces a gradient in the water surface elevation between those two that affects the frequency of the reverse flow events. So the more water you pull out downstream, the less likely you are to have reverse flow events, ironically. But all of that is coordinated also through the overall modeling that describes the reservoir releases and the river flows that are occurring to support diversions either at that location or in the South Delta, if that makes sense. And during a reverse flow event, that occurs generally when the flow rates in the river are low, because that's when the tides at the downstream boundary of the delta have the potential to cause the river to flow upstream at the point of sack sewers discharge. So if that makes sense, it's dependent upon the gradient in the water surface elevation at the point of sack sewers discharge and at the downstream intakes. Because those intakes are removing water from the river, they're inducing a lower water surface elevation at the point that that water is removed from the river than would occur otherwise.
I think that makes sense. Thank you. I really appreciate that. With that clarification, I believe Ms. Tabor, do you have redirect for Ms. Paulson?
I do not.
Dr. Paulson, excuse me. Then with that, Dr. Paulson, thank you very much. I very much appreciate your testimony today and returning to us once again, and you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are moving along quite quickly. I believe at this time we are looking to DTEX witnesses. It's 11:36. I maybe will look to, I see Ms. Bear is in the room. If we can please elevate Ms. Bear. And I am going to ask you about, for convenience, whether you'd like to get started with your witnesses or whether we should take an early break. I'm open to either. Good morning, Ms. Bear, and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Kenzie, Tara Bear for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition Parties. Given that our three witnesses will be presented as a panel together, I'm wondering if we could break now for a slightly shorter than usual lunch break and then pick back up at maybe 12:15, 12:20, sometime around then to make sure we have enough time to get through our full panel this afternoon. But I think we'd all appreciate an early lunch break if that would be possible.
I think that makes sense. I'm actually going to make it until 12:30. I think I'm hopeful that we'll get through all our witnesses and the 10 minutes won't interfere.
Fine.
I have another matter to account for, so that will work quite well. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we will return at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It's 12:31. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. Thank you. And then where we left off was to pick up with several more of DTEC's witnesses. And I believe we had Ms. Bear here, so I will look to you, Ms. Bear. My understanding is you just mentioned you're planning to present them as a panel, but in which order would you like to present your witnesses?
Yes. Good afternoon, Officer Kinsey, Tara Bear again for the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition parties. I'll be joined here today by my colleague Stephanie Proofer, as well as our supervising attorney, Stephanie Safdie. And after you administer the oath, we plan to proceed with direct examination first with Miss Barbara Berrigan, then Mr. Spencer Fern, and finally Dr. John Finn.
Thank you. And I believe I saw we had a hand. Yes, and here's Ms. Proofer. Ms. Proofer, if you'd like to make an appearance, please.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Proofer for the DTEC parties. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think even in California, we're now in the afternoon, so we're all on the same page. Thank you. And with that, I see Ms. Berrigan-Perea. If we can please elevate Ms. Berrigan-Perea. We can go for all of our witnesses here. Mr. Fern. And if you are on, if you raise your hand, that helps my team find all of you. And then Dr. Finn. And it's Dr. Finn, right? F-I-N-N? We may have a misspelling here. Or yes, Dr. Finn.
That should be correct.
Yes. So I'll look to my team if you can please change John. There we go. It's already changed. Wonderful. I will start by administering the oath. I will just go through one by one, and we'll start with Ms. Berrigan-Perea. I know we administered the oath on the I believe I did on our site visit, but I will go ahead and do this again here on Zoom. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn to Dr. Finn. You're off mute, so I'll put you next on my list. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Fern, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. And with that, I will look to Ms. Bear and Ms. Proofer to introduce these witnesses.
Absolutely. We're going to start with Barbara Berrigan-Perea. The rest of you are welcome to stay on the screen or turn your cameras off, whatever you prefer. But let's get started. Good morning, Ms. Berrigan. Before we get started, would you prefer us to call you Ms. Berrigan or Ms. Berrigan-Perea today?
You can call me Miss Berrigan for brevity, plus it is technically my legal name because my married name would not fit on my license decades ago.
Good to know. Thank you. Ms. Berrigan, please state and spell your name for the record one more time.
Barbara Berrigan-Perea. My last name is spelled B-A-R-R-I-G-A-N-P-A-R-R-I-L-L-A.
Great. Is Exhibit DTEC 041R a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit DTEC 042 a copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Are exhibits DTEC 043 through 052, as well as DTEC 061 and 062 copies of documents you relied upon when preparing your testimony today?
Yes, they are.
Do you have additional corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
No.
Thank you. Have you testified in any previous California water rights hearings similar to this one?
California water fix hearings.
And was your testimony admitted into evidence in that case?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Ms. Berrigan, where do you currently live?
Stockton, California.
And what is your current occupation?
Executive Director, Restore the Delta.
When was Restore the Delta founded?
We were founded in 2006, and we operated as a campaign with a fiscal sponsor from 2006 to 2009. And at the end of 2009, we filed to become our own independent 501c3.
And how long have you served as Executive Director of Restore the Delta?
From 2006 to 2009, I was the campaign coordinator for the sponsored campaign, and then at the end of 2009 became executive director.
How many people worked at Restore the Delta when you first joined the organization?
Just me.
And how many people work at Restore the Delta today?
We have 13 employees plus a seasonal intern program.
Thank you. How would you describe the scope of Restore the Delta's work?
Restore the Delta's work is centered around protection of the estuary and its people. We work for an estuary that is healthy. We work for an estuary where all communities, particularly environmental justice communities, have access to waterways. We are centered in the Clean Water Act, that water should be, all beneficial uses for water must be protected. Ultimately, we work to teach community how to advocate for its needs within the estuary for environmental health, and how to avail themselves of government process and interact with government processes to that end.
Thank you. What is the need for Restore the Delta to engage in this type of community-based work?
Restore the Delta works in community-based work that sits at the intersection of environmental, social, and economic justice with an emphasis on youth employment, workforce development. The need is because we are a majority disadvantaged region with large pockets of environmental justice communities. And there is a need for an organization with expertise in all the projects and industries and environmental, economic, social justice needs for restoration. So we have built programs that work in those areas that intersect with water needs for the estuary.
Ms. Berrigan, how have you observed ecological conditions in the Delta changing over your 2 decades of experience?
They have deteriorated significantly.
Mm-hmm. Are there specific examples that exemplify those changes?
When we started in 2006, it was just at the time that the crisis of the Delta smelt was the biggest issue or problem at the time. And now we have multiple species in significant decline. All fish species across the board have seen decrease in populations. And of course, we've had significant problems since we started in 2006 with the growth of invasive species and harmful algal blooms.
Does Restore the Delta engage in water quality monitoring work in the Delta?
It is one of our programs. We work in water quality testing. We have another program that works in carbon sequestration and energy analysis projects and tracking for the region. We have a land and water restoration program, and we also have a sustainable agriculture program.
Focusing specifically on the water quality monitoring program, why does Restore the Delta find it important to do that type of work in the Delta?
Restore the Delta began that work when we started noticing the proliferation of harmful algal blooms, probably around 2017 when we started documenting what was happening on the ground directly. We were aware of them. I had seen them from 2013. It was in 2014 at a workshop in which Dr. Peggy Lehman spoke to the Delta Protection Commission that I learned or understood then what they were. We were very busy during water fix, and it wasn't until 2017 that we could start photo documenting what was happening. And so we were contacted by a water board member and then staff from the Regional Water Quality Control Board after we had spoken about the issue, if we would be interested in building out a program for monitoring. And then in 2018, I was contacted by now Cal EPA Director Yana Garcia as part of a multi-task environmental justice initiative for the city of Stockton that involved 56 federal and state agencies that created a report that was published in 2019. And during the course of that work, and with an event that we held in April of 2019, we were asked if we would collaborate and put the program together. And we saw it as a wonderful opportunity for community-based science, collaboration towards problem solving, and an opportunity for us to be able to further educate the public as to exactly what was happening in the waterways.
Can you briefly explain what harmful algal blooms, or HABs for short, are?
It's a growth of algae that then produces and emits toxins.
And what does it look like?
It turns bright neon green, slimy. It can present as grass clippings. It has a distinct look, but the best way, besides taking photos and having experts validate what you observe, is to actually test the water.
And why are harmful algal blooms problematic for Delta communities?
Well, they're definitely a public health threat for people who are in contact with water. It can cause debilitating health impacts to people, including digestive issues, nerve issues. It can be lethal for small children. They are harmful to fish and wildlife, birds, terrestrial species, and are a threat to drinking water.
How do you believe the Delta Conveyance project, if constructed, will affect the proliferation of harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
And also, let me add one other point. They can, because of work that we did on a report with the University of North Carolina, potentially it looks like aerosolize and become airborne. To what extent there needs to be further study.
Sure. I'll re-ask the question. How do you believe the Delta Conveyance project will affect the proliferation of harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
We are concerned that the change in hydrology and reduction in Sacramento River flow will contribute to an increased production of harmful algal blooms throughout the estuary.
Thank you. Ms. Berrigan, how would you define environmental justice community?
Environmental justice is the fair treatment and thoughtful engagement of communities, meaningful engagement, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income bracket, in response to environmental planning, stewardship, impacts, and projects.
Do you believe that the state of California has achieved environmental justice in water planning and management?
No.
In your view, what would true environmental justice in California water planning and management require from state decision makers, such as the State Water Resources Control Board?
It would take involving community from the beginning of the project in planning decisions, doing fair and full and adequate outreach, and doing systemic evaluations every step of the way as to how a project and its impacts will impact environmental justice population.
Thank you. I would now like to ask you a little bit about your experience with the DCP Stakeholder Engagement Committee, or SEC.
Yes.
Ms. Berrigan, can you summarize your opinion of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
I think the intent at the beginning was that it was conceived as a process to actually work with community to mitigate construction impacts, potentially. However, as it evolved, because of the bifurcation of what we were permitted to cover or receive answers on design versus operations, it failed in its mission because design impacts function, During the process, we were tasked with really sticking to agendas. There was not co-collaboration on the creation of agendas because of the bifurcation and because we were limited in scope as to what the SEC would actually cover. I think that's it.
Why did you initially decide to participate in the SEC?
I participated in the SEC because I thought it was important for Delta communities to engage in a good faith effort with the state and with state water contractors, proponents of the project, DWR, when the decision was made to restart planning processes for a single tunnel. I thought if things were done right in communication, we're going to follow the governor's statements about environmental justice being front and center and a priority for California, then this would be the opportunity to take a project that we were worried about and did have great concerns over and see if it could be done in a way to alleviate those concerns for the protection of community and the estuary.
Did the SEC address the possibility of establishing a co-equal governance structure among Delta stakeholders and DWR for the operation of the DCP?
No.
And why did you ultimately resign from the SEC?
I signed at the penultimate meeting over an interaction regarding data. Prior to the lead up of that, I was very concerned that questions around design related to water quality couldn't be answered and couldn't be addressed. I was also concerned that questions that we were asking around water quality into how data would be shared was also being deferred. So then at the penultimate meeting, because I also spent a lot of time talking about air quality impacts during construction as well and asking questions. But at the penultimate meeting, we had data provided to us by a consultant for the project. And there were questions about the baselines that they were using. They were using older data. And at that time, I was the representative for Restore the Delta in the AB 617 process. AB 617 is a designation by CARB that was awarded to South Stockton for air quality. And I believed that there was better and more recent data that should have been used as the baseline for the analysis by the consultant. And I was told pretty much, well, that's what the data is. That's what we had available. And then I followed through and pushed back a bit about, well, when you get closer to writing the EIR or when you get closer to operations, are there going to be further updates to this baseline? This kind of matches up with what my concerns were about water quality and about transparency and starting with the correct baselines to understand how the project would operate. And I was told, well, the data is what it is. And I did find that that was disrespectful and not inclusive of environmental justice needs.
Thank you. Following up on that, Ms. Berrigan, to your knowledge, when were Bay Delta water quality standards last comprehensively updated by the State Water Board?
1995.
Has Restore the Delta taken any steps to petition the State Water Board for an update to those standards?
Yes. Starting in 2008, the Water Board publicly acknowledged that there needed to be a major update for Bay Delta water quality standards. We were engaging in processes in hearings during phase 1 at Restore the Delta. And then in 2017, there was an announcement that phase 2 would begin. We finished off processes with phase 1. We waited for years. Nothing happened with phase 2. So in 2022, in May, we filed our first petition for rulemaking as part of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, which had formed in 2021. and we were denied our request. So we filed a motion for reconsideration in June of that year, which was denied in September. And so we filed at the end of 2022 a U.S. Title VI complaint with the U.S. EPA over the Bay Delta Plan and related issues.
Thank you. And can you describe some of the reasons that it's important to restore the Delta, that California water quality standards be updated in a timely fashion?
Well, in part because of the declining situation we saw in the Delta for fish populations that are essential, for tribal cultural practices, for sustenance fishers, because of the physical deterioration we could see in water quality. So we moved forward with that because we had concerns during that time about the voluntary agreements that were actually taking place behind closed doors while we were still participating in the SEC practice, because the voluntary agreements left out tribal communities and left out environmental justice communities from planning. We were also very concerned about the timeline that permitting for the Delta Conveyance project where we are today should not have moved forward until there was a science-based Bay Delta plan in place that acknowledged tribal beneficial uses, the need for a harmful algal bloom standard, and fully updated water quality standards with updated flow standards for the environmental health and protection of the estuary.
You mentioned that Restore the Delta and others filed a Title VI complaint with US EPA against the State Water Board in 2022. What did that Title VI complaint allege?
There are two strands in it, discrimination and non-discrimination obligations for process, and then discrimination in terms of not completing a timely update as it relates to water quality standards.
And did EPA accept that complaint for investigation?
Yes, they did.
Is that investigation still ongoing?
Yes, it is.
Was the Delta Conveyance project part of that Title VI complaint?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just as I had stated prior, because of the need for the Bay Delta plan to be completed first before permitting could move forward, the timeline.
Thank you. Final question from me. Ms. Berrigan, why is it important for decision makers in this Delta Conveyance project proceeding to understand the petition for rulemaking and the Title VI complaint as they decide whether to approve the DCP?
Because we're looking at moving forward with a project in which there isn't a baseline for protective water quality standards that address the issues in the decline that have, accelerated since 1995. And without that, it becomes impossible to make an accurate evaluation about how that project should be operated, should it be built in the future, or even as to whether it should be built.
Thank you. That concludes my questions. We can now proceed to direct examination of Mr. Fern.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bear, and I will look to you. Looks like Ms. Proofer.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Fern.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here today. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Well, also, thank you. Mr. Fern, can you please spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Spencer, Spencer, Fern, Fern.
Is Exhibit DTEC 053R an accurate statement of your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DTEC 054R a copy of your CV?
Yes.
Do you have any additional changes you need to make to your testimony at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Mr. Fern, what is your degree in?
My degree is in microbiology, and I received it from California State University, Monterey Bay.
Mr. Fern, have you published research related to harmful algal blooms?
I have, in collaboration with a PhD candidate from University of North Carolina, on the HABs aerosolization study that was mentioned by Barbara just previously.
Mr. Fern, how long have you lived in the Delta for?
I was born in Stockton, so my entire life I've lived on the Delta access points. I went to high school in downtown Stockton, where our physical education classes took me out to sites in downtown Stockton, which are adjacent to parts of the Delta in Stockton. So pretty much my whole life, aside from a short stop from college. Sorry, but that's, yeah.
Mr. Fern, who do you work for?
I work for Restore the Delta.
And what is your job title?
My job title is Restore the Delta's Science Program Manager.
And what are your responsibilities in that role?
A number of responsibilities relate to keeping tabs on water quality as they move through the system of the Delta entirely, but more specifically, during summertime frames, I'm managing a harmful algal bloom monitoring program through several sites in Stockton.
And how long have you been at Restore the Delta?
In November, it will have been 4 years.
And how long have you been involved in Restore the Delta's monitoring program for harmful algal blooms?
Close to around the same time frame, but when I was hired in November of 2021, we didn't start sampling until the summer time frame of 2022.
And can you describe Restore the Delta's HABs, or harmful algal blooms, monitoring program?
Yeah. So in a group, or we hire on a group of interns each year to kind of train them up on monitoring for harmful algal blooms. But essentially, we go to 7 sites throughout Stockton to see the movement of the San Joaquin River in and out of Stockton. Several sites, including boat launches, public parks, locations where unhoused communities happen to reside. And we sample for harmful algal blooms by grabbing samples with our bottles, and then we end up running them through some test strips that we run them on, as well as sending samples out to a lab in Sacramento. Ben Genetics is the name of the lab, but that's the short and skinny.
Thank you. How are you involved in the harmful algal bloom monitoring program?
I directly oversee the program. I'm in charge of hiring the interns that we add to the program. I'm in charge of going out into the field every week with all of our interns. So I'm directly out in the field every time we collect a sample. So I'm there to see and run in QA, QC with what we do out there, quality assurance, to make sure that when we're grabbing samples, we're doing it the right way, and running the samples as we do it in our lab.
Thank you. Did you receive any special training to conduct monitoring for harmful algal blooms?
Yeah, in our initial year, 2022, when we started sampling, we were given a training by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. It was over 2 days. The first day, we got training based on what is cyanobacteria and what are harmful algal blooms, kind of how to identify them, how you can determine them by smell, and kind of other factors to kind of like highlight what they are. And then on the second day, we had an in-person training with, like I said, with our initial group of interns, looking into how to sample specifically, getting training specifically on the Abraxas test strips we use, how to grab samples using our testing pole that we have to make sure we're getting a good grab of water when we end up sampling for either the lab or for our own samples. And we also did receive training on specific personal protective equipment to use. So things like gloves, N95 masks, proper clothing, list can go on for safety measures for being out in the field.
And Mr. Fern, why do you take that kind of safety precaution when interacting with waters that might have harmful algal blooms?
So yeah, that was advised to us by the members of the Central Valley Regional Quality Board. But essentially they said that in an abundance of caution, it is important to, cover up any area that could reach skin contact with waters that were adjacent to harmful algal blooms. So that's why we wear closed-toed shoes, long socks, long pants, gloves that can sometimes reach up to the elbow to kind of provide a barrier from the water. And then also the N95 masks was another abundance of caution to be on the safe side in the event that harmful algal blooms are getting aerosolized, or if water tends to splash and end up on the face area, that there's not even an accidental ingestion, if you will. But essentially that was the goal, to wearing personal protective equipment and making sure that we're as safe as possible when we're out in the field.
Thank you. Mr. Friend, in your experience sampling for harmful algal blooms and engaging in community outreach, do members of the community you interact with understand what harmful algal blooms are?
Overall, no. Oftentimes when we're out sampling, there will be people that'll come up to us and ask us about what we're sampling for, or if it's just because the water's dirty, which has been a trend that has been perpetuated since even I was a child, where the amount of times I would be out in the water, going out with in any kind of aspect with regards to these areas, we would be told not to jump into the water or get close to it because of the fact that the water is quote unquote dirty. But really, I think it's this kind of this tone that's been set in Stockton growing up and kind of gets perpetuated through everybody, where a lot of people kind of come up and just realize that the water is dirty, but they don't exactly know why. And that leads me back to specifically harmful algal blooms, where, like I mentioned, we sometimes show up in these bright vests, and PPE, wearing gloves, grabbing samples with this really like long pole that we end up running into the field with. But people are often just curious what's going on. But overall, maybe one out of every like 10 to 20 people, somebody will know what a harmful algal bloom is. But generally, people are more curious about what exactly we're sampling for, and it becomes more of a conversation there.
And in your experience interacting with community, do people you interact with understand the potential impacts that harmful algal blooms can have on human health?
Similarly to the previous question, I'd say also no. Again, they have this recognition that getting in the water is like a kind of like a unwritten no-no, or like a don't do kind of aspect when recreating in the area. But I don't think people recognize like the skin rashes that can come from direct contact with the water, or the impacts that could come from ingesting fish that have absorbed some of those toxins or ingested those toxins, or even ingesting the water themselves if they were to get in. And I don't think that's well understood.
And have you seen people recreating in the waters where you test for harmful algal blooms?
Plenty of those locations, yeah. So just for some context, a few of the sites that we sample are located next to boat launches or public parks. And in both of these areas, and well, even also levee position, like off the levees. But in these areas, I've seen people fishing. I've seen people launching kayaks and launching boats. I've seen people getting directly into the water to get out of their kayak, and in these areas where blooms have historically formed in Stockton's area. So overall, I do see a lot of people recreating in these areas that have been kind of notable areas where harmful algal blooms have historically formed in Stockton.
Mr. Fern, how do harmful algal blooms, from your experience and your knowledge, affect the human interaction with water and the welfare of Delta residents and Delta visitors?
So I think that it negatively impacts that relationship to the water. So those few areas that we experience blooms in Stockton from the time that I've been monitoring have been some of the very few access points to water in Stockton. So we have this problem where harmful algal blooms are forming where people are most likely to make contact with the water. And there's really no other areas of the Delta that people from Stockton can specifically go unless they leave the Stockton area, which is kind of counterintuitive to the benefits of this public trust resource. In terms of Delta residents overall, I don't think there's enough monitoring currently for harmful algal blooms, and specifically with the impacts that have kind of happened around Discovery Bay, Big Break Regional Shoreline, shutting down recreation opportunities during the summertime frame. Hell, even one of the things we experienced at Restore the Delta was a kayaking trip that got shut down a few summers ago because of a harmful algal bloom outbreak over at that time frame, in that location. So essentially, long story short, the recreation aspects, the access to water, communities that are around frontline communities around the Delta that have lack of access to these water points and dead end areas of the Delta kind of get really severely impacted by harmful algal blooms forming in these locations.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Can you describe the methodology you use for testing for harmful algal blooms in Delta waters?
Yeah. So I mentioned that we kind of grabbed some test strips, but in depth, we go to those 7 sites that we test around Stockton. We go from the summer time frame, which fluctuates depending on like the time frame of which a week starts, but generally we'll start late April, early May, and then we will sample until September, end of September or early October. But essentially we go every single week during that time frame, barring some heat wave or sickness that ends up taking us out of the field. But essentially we go out every single week during that time frame. We go to sites, those 7 sites that I'd mentioned, grab samples, and then essentially we'll run those samples in our lab that we have located somewhere in the Port of Stockton. And essentially when we do that, we grab those samples, and then on that front as well, every month from those timeframes, we'll end up grabbing samples to send off to Ben Genetics, which they will run an ELISA sampler, which looks into like the specific amount of toxins that are coming from the water samples that we're grabbing, and basically confirming or denying what we see when we're grabbing our own samples using those Abraxas test strips.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. You mentioned that you sample at 7 sites. Can you talk about, or what are the names of those 7 sites and what characterizes those sites?
Yeah, so in the downtown Stockton area, we sample at McLeod Lake, Mormon Slough, and the Morelli Boat Launch. The McLeod Lake and the Morelli Boat Launch are the 2 like parts of the deep water shipping channel where it ends off into the downtown Stockton area. McLeod Lake is close to low-income housing in the area, and the Morelli Boat Launch is one of 2 free boat launches in Stockton. So that's one of those sites where I've seen people launching boats and so on and so forth. The Mormon Slough is located next to some of the unhoused population that sometimes that has encampments in the area and may or may not be using the water for bathing purposes. In the other parts, I mentioned the American Legion Park as well as the boat launch off of the Lewis Park. And those are the Lewis Park boat launch is another free launching spot or a free launching site for boats, direct access to water. And then that American Legion Park was an area nestled in between urban houses, sprawl, a lot of people in the area. And then the other 2 sites are Buckley Cove, which is a private boat launch, which you have to pay to launch from. And then the Windmill Cove, which is off of a levee, not specifically Windmill Cove, but off of a levee point there where the San Joaquin River starts to exit Stockton.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Mr. Fern, has the frequency of harmful algal blooms stayed the same since you started monitoring?
I would say no. And I would say that it's been fluctuating with the dry and wet years that we've experienced from 2022 compared to 2023 and 2024, where those were more wet years compared to the dry year of 2022, sorry. But I would say it has been fluctuating more so.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. In line with that, over the years you've done monitoring for HABs under Restore the Deltas program. Have you observed if specific conditions correlate with the higher incidence of harmful algal blooms?
Yeah, so in 2022, with that dry year, there was a considerably much less amount of springtime and summertime flows moving through the system. When I was reviewing California Data Exchange flow monitors located nearby. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, when 2023 and 2024 came around, we didn't really see bloom activity forming throughout Stockton, at least visually. And what ended up ending the correlation with that was that there was a lot more springtime and summertime flows, which seemed to correlate with the higher amount of precipitation, snowpack that was forming during those years from like the arc storms in January of 2023, 2023, and the precipitation that followed in 2024.
Mr. Fern, in your opinion and based on your observations, do you have any opinion about the correlation of HABs with flow?
Yeah, I'd say that when you have more flow, which is what we've experienced in 2023 and 2024, my observations were that harmful algal blooms were beginning to dissipate throughout Stockton from our monitoring program. And that correlates with some of the studies I've looked into from Peggy Lehman that was referenced in my testimony about the flow being one of the main drivers of HABs. And although there are multiple drivers of HABs One of the very few that can be controlled is flow. And it's my opinion that increased flow through that time frame was one of the bigger changes between those previous years, when we had HABs in 2022 and 2023 and 24. So my opinion is that the amount of flow going through the system kind of ideally flush the areas out, prevent them from sitting still, like the stagnant dead end parts of the delta, like Stockton included, where you have more water moving through the system to kind of prevent HABs from forming in the first place.
Mr. Friend, in your opinion, will the Delta Conveyance project impact flow?
It is my opinion that the Delta Conveyance project will impact flow because it will remove a source of downstream water flowing through the delta.
In your experience monitoring for harmful algal blooms in the Delta, how would a decrease in flow impact the incidence of harmful algal blooms?
So yeah, that decrease in flow moving through the system would likely lead to more of a, sorry, there's a car alarm going out on behind me. I don't know if anybody can hear that. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, could you ask the question again?
Of course. Mr. Friend, in your experience monitoring for harmful algal blooms in the Delta, how would a decrease in flow impact the incidence of harmful algal blooms?
Yeah, so the decrease in flow moving through the system would lead to less delta channel mixing, less water moving through the system. The fresh, cold water that comes from upstream working its way downstream helps to cool waters down in its own right, but also can ideally help flush out nutrients that might be forming in these areas, might brush out the area so that harmful algal blooms can't be forming on the top of the water areas that end up stagnating, because the longer the water is able to sit still, the more opportunity blooms tend to have to form in these areas. So it's my opinion that removing and decreasing of flow through the system would lead to more time for the water to lead to more residence time, lead to more stagnant water, and lead to more bloom formation.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that there are data gaps for harmful algal blooms monitoring in the Delta. How might these data gaps impact conclusions about the potential impacts of the Delta Conveyance project?
Yeah, so I think the amount of data, the data gaps in the area are kind of a big issue when it comes to Delta monitoring. And as it currently stands in the Delta, there isn't a robust HABs monitoring plan or idea to kind of stem the tide as it currently stands. I know there's been discussions around it, but overall, when you don't have enough data on areas, and speaking on Restore the Delta's HABs monitoring program, we were initially put in place to help fill in data gaps for Stockton specifically, and we're a city of 300,000 plus. So, I mean, it stands to reason that there are areas of the Delta that aren't being monitored nearly as much, or possibly sites that people don't recognize that HABs are forming because they don't have the information. So it's my opinion that future monitoring of harmful algal blooms, when we already currently don't have a robust network of monitoring, can't truly be captured in review of what the current status is on harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. This concludes our direct examination. I will look now to Ms. Baer and Dr. Finn.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Prufer, and thank you, Mr. Fern. And welcome, Dr. Finn, and to you, Ms. Baer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Finn. Thank you so much for being here today.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is John Cassidy Finn, JohnCassidyFinn.
Great. Is Exhibit DTech 060 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Exhibit DTech 078 a copy of your CV?
Yes, ma'am, though there's been updates since it was submitted, new articles published, and so on.
Understood. Is Exhibit DTech 079 a true and correct copy of your summary of your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have additional corrections to make to your testimony or any of those exhibits at this time?
Yeah, in reviewing my slides in preparation for today, I did notice that I believe the final slide, one of the tables is a repeat of the second to last slide. It's just a mistake that I hadn't caught previously, and that when I come to it, I'm happy to. I can detail it now, or I can correct it as I go when I'm going through the report.
Thank you. I think we should be able to navigate that during your summary presentation by toggling between your written testimony and your PowerPoint at that juncture, if you prefer to substitute something in your written report for that slide.
Absolutely.
Great. I can also submit a red line version of that exhibit accordingly if requested. Dr. Finn, can you please summarize your qualifications as an expert witness today?
Sure. I hold a master's degree and a PhD in geography from the University of Missouri at Columbia and Arizona State University, respectively. I've been on the faculty at Christopher Newport University as a geography professor, first as a lecturer, then assistant professor, and now an associate professor of geography with tenure for 14 years. I'm the chairperson of the Department of Sociology, Social Work, and Anthropology, also at Christopher Newport University. And I'm also an adjunct faculty member and affiliate faculty at the Eastern Virginia Medical School, where I work with medical students on research related to environmental and health inequality.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up Exhibit DTEC 079? Thank you. Dr. Finn, I will now pass it to you. Can you please summarize your testimony for the record?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this summary of my analysis and report. In the report and in this summary, I'll first define environmental justice. I'll then review the quantitative spatial analysis that I conducted, showing the extent to which construction of the Delta Conveyance project would have a measurable disproportionate impact on Hispanic, Latino, Indigenous, and linguistically isolated populations in the Delta region. Third, I'll provide a brief overview of the concept of procedural justice. And finally, I'll review my procedural justice analysis of the testimonies of Mr. Murdoch, Ms. Barragan-Perea, and Dr. Sarmento. To begin, the academic literature identifies three primary dimensions of environmental justice. Those are distributive justice, procedural justice, and recognition justice. Distributive justice is achieved when all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, national origin, gender, income, and so on, enjoy equal access to environmental benefits and equal protection from environmental risks and hazards. Distributive justice can be primarily understood as spatial or geographical, and is frequently quantified and measured through geographic proximity to real or potential environmental hazards. Procedural justice is achieved when all people have equal voice in environmental decision-making processes and equal protection under environmental law. And recognition justice is achieved when all people are fully recognized as equals. It's really important to note that procedural and recognition justice aren't just about marginalized communities being seen and heard, but about those voices having meaningful impacts on decision-making processes with actual influence over outcomes. Ms. Mullen, do you mind going on to the next slide?
Can I jump in? Actually, I believe this is Exhibit DTEC 079R. Apologies for the confusion. That version of the exhibit has not been admitted to the record. Ms. Mullen, do you have Exhibit DTEC 079, which does not have the red lines?
Thank you. And that's thank you for catching that, Ms. Bear.
Sure.
No.
And to my team, we want the original, not the revised. I know we're switching it up on you here.
Yeah.
That looks correct. Thank you so much.
Ms. Mullen.
Yeah. So I'll now review my quantitative spatial analysis of the potential disproportionate impacts of DCP construction, which is focused primarily in terms of distributive justice My analysis focuses on the geographical areas surrounding the construction of 2 intake shafts and 9 additional shafts along the pathway of the proposed below-ground tunnel from the area for the communities in the north of Hood and Cortland to the Bethany Reservoir Pump Station in the south. Next slide, please. To do my analysis, I did I did a fairly common environmental justice analysis called a buffer analysis. I identified using documents published by the DWR on the construction footprint of the 2 intake valves surrounding the communities of Cortland and Hood. I calculated a 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 meter buffer out from those. And if you would please go on to the next slide. I overlaid those buffers with data from the 2020 decennial census of population, using at the block level, so not the block group level, but this is actually at the block level, using the census's main 8 categories for race and ethnicity. In so doing, I was able to compute the percent of each buffer, the population within each buffer ring, that's made up of each racial and ethnic population. So if you'll go to the next slide. And I'll talk specifically about the table at the top first. This is the output of that buffer analysis for the 0 to 500 meters in the first column, 500 to 1,000 meters in the second column, 1,000 to 2,000 meters in the third column, and 2,000 to 5,000 meters in the fourth column. By each row is the percentage of the population of each buffer made up of each of the 8 predominant census racial and ethnic groups. So if you take the white population following across, or the Hispanic and Latino population following across, you see that the population, the Hispanic Latino population within the first 500 meters and the next 500 meters, so the first buffer ring and the second buffer ring, are both north of 50%. In the third buffer ring, still above 50%. And by the outside, the 2 to 5 kilometer buffer ring dropped to below 1/4. And that's really the data point in particular that I wanted to highlight, because that difference, that drop from the nearest in buffer rings to the furthest out buffer ring, creates what's called a disparate impact ratio. That's the ratio when you divide the percent of the nearest ring over the percent in the furthest out ring, creates this disparate impact ratio where the Hispanic Latino population is more than 2 to 1 disproportionately represented in the nearest buffer rings compared to the furthest out buffer ring. And so this is an analysis that's used to understand the disproportionality by race or ethnicity based on geographic proximity to a potential environmental hazard or risk, in this case, the construction site surrounding the 2 intake valves in the Hood and Cortland communities. If you would go on to the next slide, please. These tables, I use a different data set because language and poverty data is not available at the block level through the decennial census. This data basically uses the same methodology, the buffer analysis, but uses American Community Survey data instead. The American Community Survey is a annual survey of the population. It's not a full population count, but rather a survey that's done annually by the U.S. Census Bureau. And then they calculate 5-year running averages. So this represents the 2019 to 2023 5-year average, which is the most recent data that's currently available at the block group level. So it's a little bit coarser of a geographic scale. And because of the coarseness of the geographic scale, the census block groups, in this case, surrounding the construction site of those northern 2 intakes, was just the census block groups were too large to be captured within the 0 to 500, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000. So I collapsed the 0 to 2,000 and compared that to the 2,000 to 5,000 in order to understand the differential impact by limited English ability amongst Spanish-speaking households, which is a census category, and then the population making below 1 time the federal poverty level, 1.5 times the federal poverty level, and 2 times the federal poverty level. And again, you can see this is particularly pronounced when you're talking that is the disparate impact ratio is particularly pronounced when you're looking at the population who is linguistically isolated, or Spanish-speaking households with limited English-speaking ability, and to a lesser extent, the population that is below 2 times, or the population that lives in households that are below 2x the federal poverty line. So if you would please, Ms. Mullen, go on to the next slide. I repeated basically the identical methodology, this time with the same 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 meter buffer rings, but this time at all of the 11 shafts along the full length of the below ground tunnel. And I on the 5,000 meter or 5 kilometer buffer rings, you can see that they would have overlapped. So I kind of dissolved the boundaries there so the areas weren't double counted. And if you go on to the next slide, what you can see here is overlaying that same block level census data. You can visually see the pattern. Visually, what strikes me is a fairly strong disproportionality of impact for Hispanic Latino populations. Again, that is the predominant racial and ethnic group symbolized by the color pink on this map. And if you go to the next slide, please. It's the same setup of the table as the previously. This time, however, is just looking at all 11, the data for all 11 of those intake shafts, or excuse me, those shafts, rather than just the northernmost 2. And again, I'll just point your attention to the disproportionality felt by the Hispanic Latino population that makes up almost 70% of the population within 500 meters, 43% of the population within the next 500 meters, but down to less than a quarter of the population in the furthest out band or the furthest out buffer, coming to almost 3-to-1 disproportionality inside the closest buffer ring compared to the furthest out buffer ring. And that's a level of disproportionality that is not kind of paralleled by any other racial or ethnic group in this particular analysis. If you go to the next slide, please. Again, this is now using the same American Community Survey 2019 to 2023 vintage at the block group level, so not the census block level, but the block group level. Again, looking at limited English and then 1.5 and 2x poverty to understand the disproportionality and those dimensions. And so because the stretch is longer than just those 2 northernmost intake valves, it covers all 11. In this case, we were able to see some distinctions at the 500 versus the 500 to 1,000 versus the 1,000 to 2,000. And so you can see the differences broken out there in each of the 4 buffer rings. And again, I'll point your attention mainly to the limited English or linguistic isolation, disparate impact ratio, nearly 5-to-1, just meaning that the linguistically isolated populations are 5-to-1 disproportionately impacted at close proximity compared to further away proximity in this analysis. In the next slide. The next 3 slides, in fact, show almost the same outputs, quantitative outputs. I ran the model very slightly differently. Instead of being the 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 meter buffers around the valves, I just ran it along the entire length of the below ground, the proposed below ground pipeline, below ground tunnel, excuse me. And if you go on to the next slide, again, the same, this is the block level US Census data from 2020 on race and ethnicity. And the next slide, And I'll be relatively brief here because this output is almost identical to the previous output because the buffers are really similar. Again, just highlighting the 2-to-1 disproportionality for Hispanic and Latino populations in closest proximity to the path of the below ground tunnel. And finally, the next slide. I shouldn't say finally, but this is actually the slide that needs to be corrected. So, Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up my, let me get my notes together. If you could pull up my report, which I believe is DTEC 060. And it's not the revised, it's just the original 060. And sorry, and go to page 12. It should be page 12 of the PDF and also of the report. Excuse me, page 17. My apologies. It's table 12 on page 17. This is the correct table that should be the second table on the on that slide. Again, showing just the disparate impact ratio, similar to the previous analysis around the 11 intake valves, showing a over 4-to-1 disproportionate impact on Hispanic, on linguistically isolated households in nearest proximity to in this case, to the length of the below ground tunnel. You can go back to my slide deck, please. That is 079, yeah. Yeah, so the table we were just looking at on the report should replace the bottom bottom of these two tables. I think we can go on to the next slide. Oh. There should be one more.
Be one more slide.
I thought there was one more slide, but if there's not, that's fine. I do have a few more. I do have a few more remarks. That's perfectly fine. Nope, I guess that was the last slide. That's perfectly fine. You can leave it right there. Or you can take the slides down. I'm done using the slides. In this final section of my testimony today, I will evaluate the testimonies of Mr. Murdoch on behalf of the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, Ms. Barrigan Perea on behalf of Restore the Delta, and Dr. James Sarmento on behalf of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians in terms of the EJ principle of procedural justice. Broadly speaking, procedural justice is achieved when all people have an equal voice in environmental decision-making processes and equal protection under environmental law. Importantly, procedural and distributive justice are fundamentally intertwined. Any group marginalized from decision-making is likely to suffer distributive disadvantage. And conversely, groups who are already burdened by environmental harms oftentimes lack the resources to participate meaningfully in those same decision-making processes, leaving their voices unheard. Thus, procedural justice is a fundamental prerequisite for achieving environmental justice. My analysis in this section builds on Hunold and Young's 5 core principles for procedural justice in environmental decision-making processes. 1, inclusivity, or excuse me, inclusiveness. 2, consultation over time. 3, equal resources and access to information. 4, shared decision-making authority. And 5, authoritative decision-making. First, inclusiveness. Does outreach move beyond well-organized groups to ensure that all potentially impacted members of a community have a meaningful opportunity to participate? In their testimonies, Mr. Murdoch and Ms. Barrigan Perea both describe a process in which the DCA, with the assistance of Ms. Barrigan Perea and Restore the Delta, made a genuine effort to create a stakeholder engagement committee representative of a wide swath of stakeholders and community members. That said, Dr. Sarmento testified that there was a disappointing lack of tribal participation, ultimately leading him and other tribal leaders to insist on the creation of a tribal engagement committee. Even then, Dr. Sarmento testified that various structural limitations led to the TEC's and I quote, failure as a meaningful instrument, end quote, for tribal engagement. While the SEC initially included a wide spectrum of stakeholders, including limited tribal voices, Dr. Sarmento's testimony and Ms. Barragan-Perea's ultimate resignation are themselves signs of a lack of meaningful inclusivity throughout this process. Second, consultation over time. Does the process provide opportunities for dialogue and participation throughout all stages of decision-making rather than brief or one-time consultations? Vitally, this principle specifically includes agenda setting, decision implementation, and process evaluation. It is clear from Ms. Barragan-Perea's and Dr. Sarmento's testimonies, as much as the testimony of Mr. Murdoch himself on behalf of DWR, that this basic level of egalitarian participation was not even attempted, let alone achieved. First, the role of the SEC itself was narrowly defined. According to Mr. Murdoch, the purpose of the SEC was, and I'm quoting from his report, to provide a forum for Delta stakeholders to provide input and feedback on technical and engineering issues related to the DCA activities, to provide an opportunity to identify engineering and design considerations that would avoid or minimize effects from construction and facility siting, and to provide a forum for SEC members to relay information between community members and other interest groups, end quote. The testimony of Ms. Barragan-Perea and Dr. Sarmento show that SEC members felt these constraints acutely. Both testify that SEC meeting agendas were set and controlled by the DCA. Ms. Barragan-Perea, in line with Mr. Murdoch, testified that agendas were narrowly framed, focusing mostly on engineering concerns rather than broader questions of environmental impact that SEC members raised. Ms. Barragan-Perea and Dr. Sarmento testified that questions that the SEC raised that were deemed to fall beyond the scope of the agenda were sidelined, ignored, or pushed to subsequent meetings where, they attest, they were still not adequately addressed. Dr. Sarmento further testified that it was in his opinion that both the TEC and the SEC processes would have been better informed and more impactful had the TEC process preceded the SEC so that stakeholders could benefit from tribal knowledge, rather than information being delivered to the tribes too late for them to provide meaningful input. In the end, Mr. Sarmento testifies that he felt the intended role of tribal representatives was more to disseminate information back to tribes rather than to participate meaningfully throughout the process. Third, equal resources and access to information. Are weaker or less organized participants provided with information, technical support, and resources necessary to participate on equal footing? There is no indication in any of the testimonies from Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Barragan-Perea, or Dr. Sarmento that any effort was made by the state or its representatives to equalize resources or access to information, a fact that Dr. Sarmento testifies to specifically. Quote, the SEC process was extremely taxing on the Shingle Springs band and demanded significant investment of our resources to review extensive documentation in a limited time frame and be able to proactively advance our issues in meetings. End quote. Fourth, shared decision-making authority. Do community members share real authority in decision-making rather than being limited to symbolic or advisory participation? Based on Mr. Murdoch's testimony, this kind of shared decision-making authority was never envisioned, let alone realized. Mr. Murdoch says as much in his testimony, writing that SEC feedback was limited to, quote, informing the engineering, design, and construction planning process, and that, quote, SEC members did not support the DCP, end quote. Echoing Hunold and Young that, quote, apparently egalitarian citizen participation in discussion, but not in decision-making, usually signals co-optation, Ms. Barragan-Perea testified that ultimately DWR's pattern of non-substantive and evasive responses led her to believe that, quote, the stakeholder engagement process was more performative than substantive, end quote, and she resigned from the SEC in protest in September of 2021. Finally, authoritative decision-making. Are decisions reached through the participatory process binding on agencies and officials, ensuring that participation has genuine influence and consequence? Shared decision-making authority, that is Principle 4, is a necessary precondition for authoritative decision-making, that is Principle 5. In this case, there is no possibility of authoritativeness of any shared decisions since there was no shared decision-making authority to begin with. In sum, my geospatial and procedural analyses demonstrate that DCP construction would impose significant and disproportionate burdens on Hispanic, Latino, Indigenous, and linguistically isolated populations, and that there has been a broad failure to meet widely recognized standards of procedural environmental justice. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our direct testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bear. Thank you, Dr. Finn. I will go ahead and look to our DWR representative who will be going first. Looks like Ms. Carroll. Ms. Carroll, do you have questions for these witnesses?
I do, and my colleague, Ms. Morris, will also have questions. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Ms. Bear, before we get started, you made a very generous offer of providing a red line of Dr. Finn's presentation. We'd really appreciate that because we believe the record is unclear as to which tables are being replaced on which slides. So would really
Sure.
appreciate a red line.
Absolutely. I can upload that shortly.
Thank you. And then with that, Ms. Berrigan, I will begin with you if you don't mind.
That's fine. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Yes, it's good to see you again.
You too.
So, Ms. Berrigan, did you submit a CV as part of your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
And is it correct to say that you have a bachelor's in English?
Yes, I do. And a master's of fine arts in writing and English literature.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've lost your video.
Oh, yes, we did lose you, Ms. Berrigan. There you are, you're back.
Sorry, it flipped itself off. Okay.
We had technology issues yesterday. We understand. Is Ms. Berrigan, is that the same as a master's in creative writing as listed on your CV?
Yes.
And are you here today to provide expert testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And in your oral testimony today, you mentioned a study that you worked on in collaboration with North Carolina. Is that a published study?
Yes, it is the study that is Spencer Fern referred to in his testimony.
Okay, thank you. And then you also state in your testimony that you're a co-author to two other reports, DTEC 41, I'll start there, is where that's listed. DTEC 44 is the first, the fate of the Delta.
Yes, that is an environmental justice analysis that was co-written by our former policy manager, Tim Stroshane, and myself. And then second report is the climate equity and seismic resilience analysis.
And were either of those reports peer reviewed?
No.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you are a member of the Delta Stewardship Council's Environmental Justice Expert Group, correct?
Correct.
And are you speaking on behalf of that group today?
No.
You also state that you've hired a team of members with appropriate education credentials for various programs, and that's on page 4, paragraph 7 of your testimony.
Yes, it is.
And can you please tell me what are the appropriate credentials for the employee that conducts water quality testing?
For testing, we hired Spencer Fern because of his degree in microbiology and lab work particular, in addition to his familiarity with the Delta as a region.
Okay. And what are the appropriate credentials for the employee that conducts air quality testing?
Our air quality testing that was done for the UNC program, which Spencer participated in, and Cynthia Cortez, who works at our policy programs, they were actually trained by Haley Plass. And Spencer, I think you have to speak up here. People from other agencies as well.
If I could interject, I will say, yeah, we were trained with UNC under Haley Plass, who was the lead investigator on that study, but we were there to help hire in, and we did work with, I believe it was USGS, although that was more directly with Haley Plass from UNC.
Yeah, and Cynthia's background, she has a degree in environmental science.
Great. And who conducted that training?
That training, I'll just add to that one. That training was done from UNC. So Haley Plas came down to Stockton, California, or California really. And during that time frame, we had hired on Cynthia to take over that role, to do some of that monitoring in person. And she went through demos, went out into the field with her to the several, the two air monitoring stations, one over in downtown Stockton over at the 5-Star Marina, and then one over in Discovery Bay. Walked through the entire process and even took videos and made sure that that was straightforward, something to follow.
And Mr. Fern, if I can follow up, so the training was for the field placement of monitors?
It was, so the monitors were already placed, but it was more so managing the filters that were put out. I believe it was every few weeks. The timeline is escaping me at this point, but to go out and replace those on a timely basis and make sure that those get put into the proper care that was needed to put them in their freezers and hold them over time.
Okay, thank you. And had you done any previous air monitoring work prior to that?
That was the first time for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fern. I appreciate that. And Ms. Bergen, if I can go back on page 4, lines 23 to 25, and please let me know if you'd like Ms. Mullen to pull these up. You state that all native fisheries and recreational fisheries found in the Delta have experienced serious population declines. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And what is your definition of a serious population decline?
We have moved from, I believe, 1 endangered species to 7 or 8 that are threatened or endangered. Fish data that we see regularly that is provided to us by scientists that we collaborate with and put out by the state and federal fishery agencies show consistent declines in fish population for all species across the board in the Delta.
And who are the scientists that you collaborate with?
We work regularly with Dr. John Rosenfeld at Baykeeper. And then we also rely on regularly published reports, some that have come through the San Francisco Estuary Partnership, other independent scientists who write about fisheries.
And then where can I find, Ms. Mullen, maybe we should pull this up on page 4, lines 25 and 26 of your testimony, please.
Okay.
I believe that's DTEC 41. Ms. Mullen, you're fantastic. Thank you. You make a statement that waterways throughout the Delta, and particularly those in and around the city of Stockton, are stagnant and dewatered. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are you relying on to make that statement?
Well, couple pieces of information. The idea of the waterways being stagnant has to do with CDEC flow tracking data that we have looked at over the years that shows at times that water doesn't move or we hit negative flow territory for the monitors that are closest to the monitoring sites where our staff works.
And did you cite that CDEC data in your testimony or provided an exhibit?
I don't think we did.
Okay. Can you identify the sites where the monitoring occurred?
Monitoring occurs near, actually, I think this is written out in Spencer's testimony because he actually performs this work. My job is to oversee the management of the program and be able to refer to the data that is collected. I know one of the sites is near Bethany Cove. Spencer, do you want to explain where the sites are?
Sorry, yeah, that's Buckley Cove.
Yeah.
One of the closest flow monitoring stations is exiting the San Joaquin River out at Buckley Cove, and then the entry point into Stockton through the San Joaquin River at Garwood Bridge near our wastewater treatment facility in Stockton. Those are the two closest in and out of Stockton that I was able to use for CDEC flow monitoring.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Sorry, I had to find you. Your video disappeared to the side.
That's okay.
Okay. And Ms. Berrigan, on line 27, you referenced small patches of HABs expanding to larger ones. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by larger areas?
So in 2018 and 19, which were particularly bad HABs years, we noticed a bloom outbreak first at in the interior of the city of Stockton, in the Deepwater Shipping Channel. And what happened is, as flows were reduced during those summer periods and temperatures grew hotter, I watched the HABs actually from Lake McCloud expand further and further out into the Deepwater Shipping Channel, and then cross over near the Stockton Rod and Gun Club, actually into the San Joaquin River system. So we watched them begin and then move and grow through the waterway. We witnessed the same, I witnessed the same problem at American Legion Park and in Smith Canal, where it started in a smaller area during those time periods, and then it seemed to move out throughout the canal, and also around Buckley Cove.
Did I hear you correctly in your oral testimony? Did you say that you needed to test to ensure that what you were viewing is HABs?
Well, this is what happened when I first witnessed these by eye. I contacted the water boards, and the water boards came out and confirmed the tests, confirmed the testing of what I observed. And they were deep in monitoring in 2018 and 2019. And consequently, while that was happening and we were working on the Stockton Task Force initiative with Cal EPA during that time period, that is why they had an interest in ensuring that we were able to begin this monitoring program. And it was also during those time periods that board member Tam Doda came out for a tour with us, and board member Laurel Firestone. So I believe, of course, I think actually board member Firestone probably came out in 2021. I will correct that. That was after we were returning from COVID with Dr. Howard, and there were samples grabbed then that matched our observations. So it isn't just that I observed them. There was work done by the regional and state water board to validate what it was that I saw.
And did you submit any of that documentation as part of your testimony?
No, because that's public record. All of that data is up, available through the FHAB sites or with the water boards.
Thank you. And Ms. Berrigan, are you a water quality expert?
No.
Are you a HABs expert?
No.
Have you yourself conducted any analyses to support your assertions about HABs expanding?
Analysis, like research work? No, that's not my position.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to switch gears and talk about the SEC.
Okay.
Are you aware that the SEC was an advisory group formed by the DC-DCA?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the DC-DCA is a separate entity than DWR?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 8? This is a large document. This might take a bit. And Ms. Mullen, if you could please go to PDF page 57. This document is a compilation of a bunch of other documents, Ms. Berrigan, so I'm going to try to point you to the ones that I'm talking about. Okay, I think we're there. Ms. Berrigan, do you recognize this presentation from the first SEC meeting?
It's vaguely familiar. We received many PowerPoint presentations during the 2.5 years that the SEC committee ran.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if you could go to page 64 of that document, please. And do you recall during this presentation, Ms. Berrigan, that the DCDCA explained the purpose of the SEC?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that the purpose of the SEC was for Delta stakeholders to provide input and feedback on the design and construction of the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the DCA's function was to develop the design and construction of the DCP?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you please go to page 81? Thank you. And Ms. Berrigan, do you recall DWR making a presentation explaining how CEQA intersects with the SEC process?
Yes. And I also believe they clarified it with a letter, maybe not in the first meeting, but in a subsequent meeting, because there was a lot of concern from stakeholder committee members that their comments were going to be used actually for CEQA development rather than just being used for the construction authority. And if I recall in the clarifying letter, they said that the work of the committee was to work on design and construction, but that basically DWR did have the right to take information to add into CEQA analysis.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 5? And Ms. Berrigan, is this the letter or communication that you are recalling?
I think it is.
Okay. And you mentioned that the SEC members were asking for clarification on the use of information from the SEC in the EIR process. Is that correct?
Yes, they were uncomfortable.
Okay.
A number were.
Did this memo provide additional information that was needed by the SEC members?
Additional, yes. Quality, no.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, we can take this down. Thank you. Ms. Berrigan, do you recall that DWR led a public process under CEQA for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Do you recall that in 2021, DWR conducted a series of informational webinars?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attend any of these webinars or workshops?
I attended, I think in early 2021, I do blur the years a little bit. I attended one of the workshops. They were an open house format. And if I didn't, staff did for us at Restore the Delta. And I do believe there were informational webinars that that I watched, but again, I can't recall specific dates.
Let me see if I can help you. Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 1164? You can zoom in to the top portion and we can scroll as needed, please.
Oh, in 2021, I would have not been the staff member to have attended any of these. Tim Stroshane would have been because I was out for cancer treatment and surgery.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So these would not be the open house styled webinars or workshops you were referencing?
No, no.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to see you here today, so. Let's see. We can take this down, Ms. Mullen. Ms. Berrigan, would you agree that water quality, HABs, air quality, and tribal cultural resources were evaluated as part of the CEQA process?
Objection, compound question.
I can break it up.
We have to go through one at a time. Thanks, Ms. Carroll.
No worries. Ms. Berrigan, would you agree that water quality was evaluated as part of DWR's CEQA process for the Delta Conveyance project?
As I recall from our responses and our EIR comments, inadequately, yes.
And would you agree that HABs were evaluated as part of DWR's CEQA process for the Delta Conveyance project?
As I recalled in our EIR comments, incompletely and inadequately.
Would you agree that air quality was evaluated as part of the DWR CEQA process?
As I recall from an EIR letter that was responded to by the Central Valley Air Quality Group, incompletely, I don't think we addressed air quality any further in our EIR comments at that time, but after the work I engaged in with SEC impacts around air quality due to time constraints and being able to respond fully to the EIR.
And do you recall the name of that Central Valley Air Quality Group?
It's called it's CVAC, Central Valley Air Quality.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you weren't referring generally.
Yes.
Thank you. And did you attend the September 2021 SEC meeting?
That last September meeting, which I believe is the penultimate meeting, is where I resigned. Yes, that's when I returned.
Okay. And do you recall hearing a presentation by DWR on air quality methods?
It was DWR, but there was a consultant that was involved as well. Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 8 again? And it's PDF page 1276. Do you recall this presentation, Ms. Berrigan?
I haven't looked at it since 2021. So I'll do the best I can to recall.
Okay. But off the top of your head, seeing the slide, does this ring a bell from that presentation?
I'll be honest with you, all the presentations after a while look the same with the same graphics and et cetera. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, we can pull this one down. Thank you. And Ms. Berrigan, did participation on the SEC preclude your involvement in DWR's public outreach process for the EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, vague as to preclude involvement.
What do you mean by that, Ms. Carroll? Please.
Did it keep you from participating or prevent you from participating?
It didn't prevent our organization from participating, but I will say that the work that happened in the SEC, not dealing with full impacts as they related to that relationship between design and function. It colored and influenced, I think, being able to continue responding fully to the EIR workshops, et cetera. There were certain redundancies, but in both processes, there was no really depth or quality for interaction. It was all information driven with information being given, even where you could make comments to a court reporter rather than being able to really engage or influence or be able to fully articulate what one needed or wanted to see happen with the project. And I just don't mean opposition. I mean being able to really delve into impacts and problem solving.
You know if DWR conducted any scoping meetings for the draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
From what I remember, they did.
And did you participate in those scoping meetings?
I believe I attended one of them. Again, they were broken up between me and other staff members.
Okay. And have you reviewed the scoping summary report for the Delta Conveyance project that was included in the final EIR?
My understanding of the EIR is in response to what we covered in our EIR comments that we submitted on time in 2023. There are parts of the EIR we may have looked through more, me and other staff members, but we spent our time mostly on what we covered in our EIR comments.
And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up AHO 1003? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Ms. Berrigan, does this jog your memory regarding that report and whether you reviewed it?
Objection. Can council please identify the exhibit by title for the record?
Sure. This is AHO 1003. It's the July 2020 Delta Conveyance Project Scoping Summary Report and Addenda, Appendix 1A to the final EIR.
Thank you.
Ms. Berrigan, do you need me to repeat the question?
No, and looking at it that title page certainly doesn't jog my memory.
Okay. And you mentioned an open house style meeting. Do you believe that those were the scoping meetings?
It could have been during the scoping meetings, but there were some meetings that were held online, and then in relation to COVID, there were meetings I believe that happened after COVID as events were opening back up to the public.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could you please go to page 19 of this document? And if we could scroll below this table, please. There we go. And Ms. Mullen, if you could do us a favor and scroll in as it's later in the afternoon. Even worse, therefore, for Ms. Bear, sorry. And Ms. Berrigan, does this refresh your recollection as to how those meetings were held and whether you would, I'll stop there before I get objected to.
Not particularly, because in relation to DCP, cumulatively and with all projects that we work on, I have attended hundreds of meetings. And then when you put together these meetings with water fix meetings, it may even hit into the thousands. So being able to call how this particular meeting worked or these series of meetings, I cannot.
So when you reference open house style meetings, those may have been for a different project.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I do remember attending meetings where we did particularly have to give meetings in for DCP more to a court reporter fashion. Yeah.
And Ms. Mullen, we can pull this down. Thank you. Ms. Berrigan, do you recall, did you receive a stipend for participation in the SEC?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of your participation in the SEC, did you ever contact DWR to request corrections to the summaries of comments and questions that you received?
I do believe that during meetings, I had asked for corrections. Perhaps there were emails at different times. And to qualify, the stipend was small. It did not, by any means, it was mostly for travel. It by no means covered the amount of material that we were given, what we were given to review, or what we had to prepare for in order to be able to engage with the material.
And when you said you sent emails for corrections, is it possible those also went to the DCDCA?
If we did, you're saying if DWR probably went to DCDCA because I think everything had to go through one person, and I believe her name was Najil, and she worked originally with Karen Mellon, and she kind of was the interface between DWR and DCDCA.
Thank you. And do you know when the draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project was completed?
Well, I mean, we turned in our comments for in response to that last draft in December of 2023. At this point, I can't just off the top of my head tell you what date it was released, but I know when we turned in comments, and that it was in that final quarter of 2023 that we were really reviewing the work.
Okay. And do you know when the SEC stopped meeting?
I think there was one more meeting after my resignation with the September 21st, 2021 meeting.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the public participation requirements of CEQA?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Noting the objection, just to the extent of your knowledge and understanding, Ms. Berrigan.
As with many other processes, if we're going to engage and we want to make sure requirements are being met, that is something that we would probably look up in Google rather than just relying on what we think it is.
Let's see. In your experience, do you know if CEQA requires entities to perform an environmental justice analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And where are those requirements found? Do you know?
Well, when I say that, according to what I know that it is required, my understanding in California is that environmental justice is supposed to be part of project analysis. So again, if I wanted to know the exact requirement, like with anything else with CEQA, I would look it up.
Good practice. And do you know, did DWR include an environmental justice analysis in its final EIR?
Yes, they did. But again, last time we went through that, my understanding of the EIR analysis has been documented in our RTD comments in response to the EIR.
And do you know, does the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance project identify environmental justice communities in the study area?
There was a survey done that actually was an okay survey. We think, and if I recall from our comments and the identification, I don't think in light of full data, especially with the analysis of what the footprint would be, that it was complete or accurate enough. There was a survey that was completed. The Delta, from what I recall, was identified as a full disadvantaged community. A lot of our EIR comments had to deal with, I really think about best practices and the fact that there was really no action taken from what was identified in the analysis. No action taken directly tied to potential for mitigation or improvements. And also, I think the footprint question is really important to raise, because if I recall from the documented SEC comment tables, one of the questions that I was really concerned about was what exactly was the footprint from the newest alignment, which is the alignment we're now working with for the conveyance project, to the city of Stockton and its environmental justice communities. And one of the answers that was added in by DWR a month later was that the footprint around the siting for the tunnel was approximately the footprint that was being used, at least by maybe DCDCA, but I think the answer was added in by DWR. That was another problem that was very confusing with the bifurcation of the process, was perhaps limited to 1 mile. And that was in relation to questions around air quality impacts for environmental justice communities. When the new alignment cited the footpath much closer to Stockton and to South Stockton. And it was also identified in that comment, and I think it was DWR that answered that comment, that Stockton, the Port of Stockton was 2 to 3 miles away. So that's what that's fine.
Thank you. And do you know if the environmental justice analysis included in the final EIR considers if air quality could disproportionately affect environmental justice communities?
Again, I don't know that much about the final EIR and being able just to do instant recall for you. The last time we reviewed those notes were in 2023, and we did not continue to work on air quality in our final EIR comments because there was so much ground for us to cover that we had to pick and choose what it was we could respond to in terms of environmental justice. And while we spent significant time around those questions and felt that they were not dealt with or adequately answered during the SEC process, we could only really focus on issues around water quality, HABs, economics, et cetera, and how the EJ analysis was done for our EIR comments.
So you mentioned that you hadn't reviewed the final EIR since 2023. Did you do any review of the documents submitted for this hearing to develop your testimony?
I went through testimony that was provided for this. I went through certain documents related to certain documents related to modeling and documents that were part of Andrew Murdoch's testimony, and reviewed our own documents.
Do you mean Adam Murdoch?
Yes.
Okay. And by your own documents, do you mean those of Dr. Finn and Mr. Fern?
Well, and I also mean our EIR comments, our Title VI complaint, our petitions to the Water Board.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I'm going to switch gears on you again, Ms. Berrigan, to talk about HABs. Do you understand that the conclusion in the final EIR that there's a less than significant impact regarding HABs is a reflection of the change from existing conditions and not a statement about the current conditions of the Delta?
Objection lacks foundation. The witness has testified that she can't recall the details in the final EIR.
Will you run the question by me again, Ms. Carroll?
Sure. I'm asking if she understands that the finding of a less than significant impact for HAB impacts is a reflection of the change from existing conditions and not a statement about the current conditions in the Delta.
Same objection and possibly a compound question.
I think it's a fair objection, Ms. Carroll, given that Ms. Berrigan has described that she's not familiar with the EIR, I believe.
Okay. Ms. Berrigan, in your experience with CEQA analyses, do you understand the basis of coming to a conclusion regarding impacts?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll overrule it just within your experience, please.
We had in our EIR comments raised questions in the EIR about the quality of the analysis that was done in regard to impacts around water quality and around harmful algal blooms. So whether I understand that in a legal definition from CEQA, what needs to be performed in CEQA, I would have to look up. What I can offer you is that we had questions about the substance and the conclusions that were drawn in regard to impacts that were deemed insignificant and around analysis.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bergen. I think I don't have any further questions for you at this moment, but I will switch to Dr. Finn, and I may come up with one based on what you just said.
Before we get to cross-examination of Dr. Finn, Officer Kenzie, would this be an appropriate time for a 5-minute break? We've been going for a little while here.
We can even do 10. I think it's a good time for our afternoon break. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll come back at 2:31. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And it looks like we have all the relevant, well, and Ms. Berrigan, maybe shortly. Excellent. Wonderful. I think we are all here. So with that, back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. And I was able to coalesce those last couple of questions for you, Ms. Berrigan, while we were on the break. So, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DTEC 47? Ms. Berrigan, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It looks like it's our comments on the draft EIR.
Okay. And did you review this exhibit in preparing your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on the fact that you submitted comments, do you have an understanding that the draft EIR analyzed how the Delta Conveyance project may change existing conditions like HABs?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand that DWR's determination of the extent of impact is based on how much the project may change existing conditions?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. You can caveat your answer, Ms. Berrigan, as appropriate.
I guess I'm really confused why this question is being asked, because I submitted testimony really in relation to our participation in the SEC. And, in response to this and how things were handled in the SEC, I had submitted in the SEC comments, DWR Exhibit 00010, when I asked about us working on HABs issues as it related to the deep CP,
Yes. Mr. Kinsey, there's no pending question relating to Ms. Berrigan's testimony.
Understood. Well, let's try your question again, Ms. Carroll, please.
So, Ms. Berrigan, you testified that you have an understanding that the draft EIR analyzed how the project may change existing conditions. Do you understand that DWR uses that possibility of change and extent of change to determine the severity of potential impact?
Objection, just vague overall.
Well, and I guess I'm not sure where you're going, Ms. Carroll, given that you're asking Ms. Berrigan whether she understands what DWR was doing.
I'm trying to get to whether she understands how a determination as to impact is made, because I'm trying to understand how she could make comments on the sufficiency of that determination if she doesn't understand the test.
I see.
I can make comments on the sufficiency of that determination because it did not respond to facts that were given, that were provided by community, to direct observation. I cannot explain or attest to how.
Let's hold on, Ms. Berrigan, and I need to interject. This is going to be your response to be limited to Ms. Carroll's question, which we're trying to pin down here, what it is. So let's refocus to the question here, which is, I think you've now asked it more than once, Ms. Carroll. I'm going to allow the question within your understanding, Ms. Berrigan, and I want to keep this somewhat focused because we're on limited time. But Ms. Carroll, one more time, can you ask the question, please?
I will do my best. Ms. Berrigan, do you have an understanding that DWR looks at the difference in how the Delta Conveyance project may change existing conditions to make a determination as to the extent of potential impact?
I do not know DWR's internal processes. I know that DWR publishes information or asks questions or gathers information from community. I know that information was presented, questions asked, and other pieces of documentation look at existing conditions and ask for information, and that questions that we raised from observation and from literature surveys and from participating in processes were not answered in relation to impacts.
Okay. And Ms. Berrigan, I just want to thank you for your time this afternoon and appreciate your putting up with my additional questions.
Fine. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Berrigan. And Ms. Carroll, are you still up?
I am still up. And Dr. Finn, if we can turn to you, and sorry for getting you all ready and then shifting.
All good.
Thank you. Let's see. Dr. Finn, do you know what the racial makeup of the Delta is in general?
I mean, I know how to access the data pretty straightforward and would be happy to look it up for you.
Did you do that in preparing your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, I have a data set for every census block and every census block group in the entirety of the state of California that I pulled in preparation for this testimony. Yes.
Okay. And did you also pull the poverty status delta for, I'm sorry, the poverty status data for the Delta?
Yes, ma'am. Same. I have my data set that I created in preparation for this includes multiple different measures of poverty at the tract, block group, and block level for every census tract, every block group, and every block in the state of California.
And is that also the same for the language status data that you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you use the 2020 US Census data. Is that correct?
I used the 2020 census count of population for race and ethnicity in my analysis. Yes.
Okay. And did you use that at the block level?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use any census designated place level data?
No.
And why not?
Because the block level is the most refined level. And when we're trying to do this buffer analysis, we're comparing the population makeup within one buffer group to the next buffer group to the next buffer group. And block level data is the most geographically refined that exists with race data attached to it. And so that's what is the best practice in EJ research to do these kinds of analysis.
Okay, thank you. And you also stated that you used 2019 to 2023 5-year estimates from the American Community Survey at the block group level. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you use 2019 to 2023?
It's the most recent available.
Thank you. And
Unless the new vintage has been released in the last week. I'm not aware that it has, but I was downloading new data as of a week ago, and the 2019 to 2023 5-year estimate was that was the most recent as of about a week ago.
Okay, great, thank you. And is the block level similarly the best level of data to use for the ASC data?
So no, the block ASC data is not available at the block level. ASC data only goes down to the block group level, which is basically one scale up. Like if you imagine zooming out on a Google map, it's like clicking the minus button one time and zooming out a little bit. So the census blocks are smaller and contain fewer people, and census block groups contain multiple census blocks. And then census tracts contain multiple census block groups. So it's a little kind of like those Russian nesting dolls of census geography.
That's exactly what I was envisioning, so thank you. Dr. Finn, you mentioned creating these buffer rings, and I'll specifically talk about the ones related to intakes right now. Do you know the population within each buffer ring you developed for the intakes?
I have that in my data set, yeah.
And did you produce?
It's not in my report, I don't think, but I think I only reported out in the report the percentages, but I do have it in the underlying data set, yeah.
Okay. And did you provide those data sets as part of your testimony?
I don't think I did, actually.
And similarly, do you have that data for the shafts?
It's the same. What I reported out in the report itself, I believe, and I can, well, let me just have a look.
What are you looking at, Dr. Finn? Maybe we
I'm
can all.
Sorry, I'm flipping through a paper copy of the report. I'm of DTEC 060 is what I'm flipping through. Just to confirm that, yes, in the report itself, I only provide the percentages and not the actual total head counts.
And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull that up for me? I don't have a paper copy handy.
Oh yeah, sorry, DTEC, that would be, for example, page 8 of DTEC 060. Okay, I believe that is for the northern 2 intake valves. Yeah, that's the percentages, not total head counts.
Okay. Thank you. And so when you were referring to a report, you meant your testimony.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at the right thing.
Report and testimony, same thing.
Okay. And you have that data for each of these assessments that you did to create the tables, the population data.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on page 7, Ms. Mullen, there should be a map 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right there.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can you please zoom in on that map for me? And Dr. Finn, when I'm looking at this map, am I correct in that the areas that are not color coded are unpopulated areas?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And is that also true for the other maps you've produced?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, can we please go to table?
Sorry, can I correct what I just said? Can I add an asterisk? These geographies are that is the shapes on the map are produced by the census. And the shapes of census blocks are produced by the US Census Bureau. And the assumption is that when these were produced for 2020, that census blocks encompassed every populated spot in the US and its territories. But in subsequent years, if places have been built outside of in previously uninhabited areas, those might not be reflected because 5 years have gone by since the 2020 census. And so the 2020 census geography that we're looking at here might not be fully reflective of recent, for example, recent construction or recent subdivisions or recent developments that could have been built since then that would be reflected in the underlying satellite imagery that is the base map that I'm using for the map.
Okay, so you're saying that like on the map legend, you have multiple colors. Those colors are reflective of population at the time of the 2020 census data.
Right. And all of the analysis, all of the quantitative analysis is reflective of all of the population that was counted in the 2020 census. I guess I just want to add the asterisk that if you zoom in real far and you see a little population that's not in the area, that could be because that has been built since the 2020 population, or excuse me, since the 2020 census.
Right. And if we zoomed in real far and we saw a structure, it's also potentially not a residential structure.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to have you do some work for me, Dr. Finn, because math is not my forte. So if we could go to page 8, Ms. Mullen, to that table 1 again. Dr. Finn, can you tell me how you created this table?
Sure. So if you add the numbers down in any column, they'll add to 100. So 43.38 plus 50.11 plus 0 plus 3.25, all of that adds to 100. So basically, the population, the entirety of the population that's represented in the 2020 census data that is within 500 meters of the construction site is 43.38% white, non-Latino. It is 50.11% Hispanic or Latino. It is 0% Black or African American. It is 3.25% Asian. And those values, there's potential for rounding error, but they should round to like 99.99, or theoretically they should round to 100. Same for the next one, over 500 to 1,000 meters. Same for 1,000 to 2,000 meters. Same for 2,000 to 5,000 meters. And so that's what you're seeing. I can interpret it further if you would like, in
Okay,
terms of what it means.
so this is my 8th grade math. So you created those percentages based on using the total number of the population, taking a percentage of that total based on these different racial and ethnic groups.
That's right. So basically the formula to compute, for example, that top left cell that is 43.38, that is the formula is computes that cell is the total number of white people in that buffer ring divided by the total number of people in that buffer ring, and then multiplied by 100 so that it's 43 rather than 0.43.
Okay, thank you. And trying to understand those census blocks, Dr. Finn, did they fit inside the buffer rings that you created?
Yeah, so the reason we use census blocks is because they're the smallest unit of analysis available. And so most of them do fit inside buffer rings, but some of them are bisected by buffer rings.
Okay. And if there was an overlap of the buffer ring, I heard you mention that you did something to the buffer ring lines when there was an overlap. Could you explain what that was?
Yeah, that was a different context. So
Okay.
but I'm happy to explain. If you go down, forgive me, I'm forgetting, is it Miss Mullen? Sorry, I've forgotten your name. Miss Mullen, if you go down, let's see, maybe click down one more page, I think, in my slide, or we're in my report, in my testimony. So it might be a couple more pages to the next map. Yeah, so you can maybe go to the map right after that, map 5. Yeah, so this is where I mentioned that the 5 kilometer, like if you treated each of these valves, the 11 valves across the length of this underground tunnel independently, and drew a 5 kilometer buffer around each one, those 5 kilometer buffers would have some overlap. And then the population that's within the 5 kilometer buffer, say of, if you take the second one down from the top, and you basically take the second one down and the third one down from the top, where those two overlap, that population would get counted twice. And so because there's in this case, there's actually quite a lot of overlap at the 5 kilometer level. In order to avoid having that population counted, multiple times over and over and over, all the way down across those 11 sites, I just did a GIS operation to dissolve the boundaries so that it treats the 5 kilometer, it treats it as a single, rather than 11 individual donut circles at that 5 kilometer, it treats it as one single kind of weirdly shaped snaking buffer ring. Does that make sense?
Yes. So essentially, sorry, for some reason I envisioned like a caterpillar. You have a caterpillar that goes down the shafts, and that whole caterpillar area is included in the largest ring in your analysis.
Yep. And really important to note, like the population that's inside of the 2 kilometer ring is not counted inside of the 5 kilometer ring. Right.
So you subtract the inner rings.
That's right. Exactly. And that's standard procedure across the literature for these kinds of buffer analyses. As you distill out compare the innermost group to the outermost group. There's another methodology where you can compare the innermost group to the, say, the whole city or the whole state. But that's not what I did here, and I can explain why. But the standard procedure is to compare. Basically, you use create buffers to create a distance variable. So it's the closest, the second closest, the third closest, and the furthest in this case. So the closest group is not counted as a part of the furthest group. They're mutually exclusive.
Okay, and this is the only analysis where you had to do that GIS function to create the largest outer ring as being all-encompassing versus having individual outer rings, correct?
Well, if you go back to the, sorry, Ms. Mullen, if you can go back a couple pages to I believe map 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing here. You can see like the buffer is around the entirety of the construction footprint. And so I didn't draw a concentric ring around the northern construction site just north of the label for Hood there, and then a overlapping concentric circle around the southern construction site. Rather, I just did the whole thing there. So it's basically the same. I'm doing the same thing here as well.
Okay, and you did this similar drawing on map 3 that we're looking at as you did for the pipeline analysis.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And staying on this map, Dr. Finn, do you know, it looks like it's cut off at the top. Do you know if that outer ring included areas of the pocket neighborhood?
Oh, I don't know. I could go into my GIS and zoom in and look that up, but I don't know.
Okay.
I can say that the quantitative outputs on the next page include the parts that are cut off in the map. In other words, the population that's cut off in the map is not cut off in the quantitative outputs in the next page.
In table 1?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and in table 2, I should say.
Right. Yeah. The way I cropped the maps is not representative of how I may have thrown. I didn't throw any data away.
Okay. And then I guess, do you know if it also included portions of Elk Grove, the outer ring?
I don't know the actual boundaries of Elk Grove. It looks like in the northeast corner of the 5-kilometer or 5,000 meter buffer. I don't know where the actual municipal lines are. I didn't add the municipal lines because I didn't see them as relevant to this particular analysis. And so I didn't add them to the map. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And Dr. Finn, have you ever been to the Delta?
I mean, I've been to the Bay Area, but not to the Delta.
Okay. Are you aware that the Delta is a rural area?
Yes, I am. Well, I mean, sorry, I should. It is rural, and it is also, the census has 8 categories of designation from most urbanized to most rural, and the Delta area includes urbanized area, and it also includes rural area. But yes, I am aware that there are rural areas in the Delta.
Okay. Are you aware of any new developments in the Delta?
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence. The witness has not been to the Delta.
Overruled. To the extent you know, Dr. Finn.
Can you repeat the question, please, Ms. Carroll?
Are you aware of any new developments in the Delta?
Can you define what you mean by new, like a time period?
Within the last 5 years.
I suppose I'm not. No, no.
That's okay. And Dr. Finn, in doing your analyses, are you aware that DWR looked at other alignments for this project?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
I am aware that they were looking at different alignments, yes.
Did you do any analyses for those other alignments?
I did not.
In your experience, if you did do an analysis for another alignment, do you believe it would be similar?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that's fair, Ms. Carroll. I don't know what who would answer that, please.
Okay, you don't have to answer that one. Let's see. I jumped around a bit. Dr. Finn, looking at page 8 of your testimony, Ms. Mullen, paragraph 12, you mentioned using a chi-square test.
Yeah.
Which chi-square test did you use?
I mean, it's a chi-square test of strength of association.
Just basically, I know of goodness of fit or independence. Would either of those apply?
Oh, I believe it's a goodness of fit.
Okay, thank you. And was this chi-square test the same one you applied to your other analyses on paragraph 17 and 21?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you walk me through how you perform a chi-square test? And
Sure.
we can
And
paragraph 12.
I'm sorry?
I said, if you want, we can use paragraph 12.
Sure, that's fine. And I should specify that I'm not a statistician, but I do use statistics in my analyses. A chi-square test basically looks at how a population is distributed in reality versus how it is distributed, or excuse me, versus how it would be distributed were it perfectly proportional, and then it tests against the difference between what it is versus what it would be were it proportionally or evenly distributed, and gives you the difference. God, I'm mincing my words here. Forgive me. If you take for example, the chi-square test in this case is looking at two variables, basically race and ethnicity versus distance. And it looks at whole counts of people. It doesn't look at percentages. It looks at whole counts of people. And so I create a table with at the 500 buffer, at the 1,000 buffer, at the 2,000 buffer, at the 5,000 buffer by each of the 8 racial groups. And it looks at what is the total number of people that actually are in each of those areas. And then you can compute in a second table if the if the white population was evenly distributed, if the black population was evenly distributed, if the Latino population was evenly distributed, what that population would be across those buffers. And then you compare those two tables to create the strength of association in between basically what is the impact of the buffer distance on the difference in proportionality of race and ethnicity.
Okay. Dr. Finn, would it be possible for you to provide the data that you used to create your tables in your testimony?
I mean, I have it, sure. I don't know in terms of like the proceedings, I don't know if it's possible, but in terms of me like pulling it up and sharing my screen, absolutely.
I won't ask you to do that here, but thank you for letting me know it's available, and we'll work with Ms. Baird to see if we can get that data. And let's see. Can we please go to paragraph 19 on page 13? Thank you. And Dr. Finn, do you see you've named this section the pipeline construction?
Yeah.
Is this the below ground tunnel
Yeah,
construction?
that's perhaps a slight misnomer, but yes, that is a reference to the proposed below ground tunnel.
Okay. Do you know the depth of the tunnel?
I'm not aware, no, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have an understanding as to how that tunnel would be constructed?
I don't actually have a super clear understanding of that, no, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me how a community would be impacted by a below ground tunnel?
You know, that's
vague as to impacted, community impacted by.
Overruled. Dr. Finn, if you need additional clarification, you can ask for that.
That's fine. with all of these analyses, and this is an answer to your specific question, but it's a slightly broader answer. Because with all of these analyses and with this whole genre of environmental justice analysis, geography or proximity is a proxy measure for the cumulative total of any and all impact, regardless of what the specific impact is. And in many cases, because these are potential projects, the impacts aren't fully realized or fully manifest or fully understood or fully measurable. And so, in a certain sense, the testimony isn't actually making an argument about particular impacts. The testimony is making an argument about the potential of geographic proximity and the potential for disproportionate impact as measured by this proxy of geographic proximity.
So this analysis doesn't take into account any potential mitigating factors.
Right. I mean, it's right there. There is, yes, that is correct. It is a straight 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 meter buffer analysis. That in a certain sense, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Finn. Are you familiar with the California Environmental Quality Act?
Generally speaking, but I'm not an expert in CEQA.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Endangered Species Act?
Much less so.
Okay. Or the California Endangered Species Act?
And even less so.
Okay. And you reviewed the testimony of Mr. Adam Murdoch, correct?
That's right.
And Miss Barbara Berrigan-Perea, correct?
That's right.
And Dr. James Sarmento, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the DCDA and DWR are separate entities?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
I am aware of that.
Okay. Do you know what role the DCDA played with respect to the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
This is the kind of thing that I would want to make sure that I read up on before answering questions. I don't think I would answer that it is something that I have been aware of, that I could become aware of, but I'm not prepared to answer if you want to ask the subsequent question of what that is.
I won't then. Are you aware of an entity called the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware that the DCDA organized that committee?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a separate public process taken by DWR to address consideration of the Delta Conveyance Project and alternatives under CEQA?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Do we need to ground this, Ms. Carroll? Do you have a
citation? Knows about this?
As a hypothetical. As a hypothetical?
Yeah.
Will you run the question by me again, please?
I say, are you aware if DWR conducted a separate public process for the Delta Conveyance Project for the purposes of CEQA?
Same objection and calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, and just clarify for me, separate from what?
From the SEC. I just asked him about the SEC.
From the SEC. I will allow the question to the extent, no, I don't know is always a fine answer, Dr. Finn. So.
I believe it came up earlier in the conversation with the others in this panel. So, so to the extent that it has come up earlier today, I am aware of that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And did you review the final EIR for the Delta Conveyance Project?
I did not.
I'll ask you this. Are you aware that DWR has committed to the creation of a community benefits program?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. I mean, describe if you know anything about it, Dr. Finn, please.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. And let's see, last, I think. Oh, Dr. Finn, are you aware of any water transfer projects similar to the Delta Conveyance project that had shared decision-making authority?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence and vague as to water transfer projects, shared decision-making authority.
Can you clarify that, please, Ms. Carroll?
Sure. So one of the principles that Dr. Finn testified to was shared decision-making authority and the importance of that with respect to the development of projects. So do you understand, Dr. Finn, what I mean by a water transfer project?
Mm-hmm.
Can you please answer
Sorry.
audibly?
Yes, sorry, forgive me. Yes.
Okay, was that a yes?
Yes, that is a yes.
Okay. So understanding my definition of a water transfer project, or what I mean by it, do you know of a project like that that had the shared decision-making authority as you describe in your testimony?
So I'll answer the question, but I will say first that the Hunnell and Young's principles for procedural justice in environmental justice decision-making processes are not specifically about water projects and water transfer projects. They're broadly about any kind of industrial and well, broadly about when they were first authored in the late 1990s, they were specifically about citing of industrial pollution, sites of industrial pollution, but have been broadly used about any kind of infrastructure project or any kind of siting project that could have potential deleterious environmental impacts on surrounding communities. So with that being said, the narrow application of shared decision-making authority to water transfer projects, no, I'm not aware of projects where that has happened.
Are you aware of any large infrastructure projects where that has happened?
Objection vague as to geography. Where are we talking about?
Do you mean anywhere? Anywhere, please.
I'm wanting to go back to my textbooks. No, I'm not my brain is not a catalog of these things, and so I don't feel kind of adequately prepared to answer that question definitively that those have happened or those have not happened.
And I just want to ask you one more question about your analyses.
Sure.
Do your analyses assume that there are impacts?
Objection vague as to impacts.
What?
Impacts as you define in your testimony?
Yes,
By
please.
the Delta Conveyance project? Sorry, but I mean, vague as to scope of what we're talking about when we say impacts. Impacts by what? From what?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your analysis is to determine if there are impacts from a large infrastructure project or any similar impacts. So do your analysis assume that there are impacts from the project you're analyzing?
I don't think it's an assumption. I think it's known. I think it's even reported out in DWR's own documentation about air pollution, about water quality, about air quality, about noise, about traffic being, it's a multi-decade construction projects with traffic blockages. There's all kinds of impacts. And so I don't think it's my assumption of there being impacts. What the buffer analysis does is it uses geographic proximity as a way to as a proxy for the cumulative total of all impacts.
And the impacts you just described of the Delta Conveyance project, did you get those from Mr. Murdoch's testimony?
And just by broadly reading through a lot of the different documents that were as a part of the excuse me, I'm losing the acronyms, the DWR documentation.
Are you talking about the DWR exhibits that were entered into this hearing?
No, but I guess I can't point to exactly what it was that I'm referring to specifically, but I read I believe a DWR report on noise pollution, on traffic impacts, on air quality impacts of construction, specifically related to, and in fact, it's the report where I was able to ascertain the construction footprint for the northern two intake valves. That same report is the report that I'm referring to right now.
Okay, but in doing your analysis, do you then assume that those impacts extend to the buffer rings you created?
Again, the analysis is not about any particular impact. The analysis is using geographic proximity for a proxy of potential impact, a proxy measure of the cumulative total of any and all potential impacts.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Finn. I
You're
believe
welcome.
that's all of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Are you now looking to a colleague? Looks like Ms. Morris. Are you up next, please?
Phone a friend, and you'll be happy to know I have very, very few questions left. So I won't say it, but it could be positive. I have some questions for you, Mr. Fern. How are you today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, thanks. I wanted to take a quick look at what's been marked as DTEC 54, which is your CV. Ms. Mullen, if we could please pull up.
Objection. I believe the correct document is DTEC 054R. I believe we submitted a revised copy of his CV.
This looks like R. Yes.
You could scroll down. Was that an objection or just a clarification?
Just a clarification.
Okay, thanks. And I will just take a look at this. It looks like the still remains true. I was wondering between 2018 when you, and sorry, I'm trying to look at this. 2018 when you graduated and 2022 when you did the Delta Leadership Program. Mr. Fern, what did you do?
I'll correct and say I graduated in 2019. But from 2019 onwards into 2021, I was working at a sporting goods store in Stockton, California, and maybe a little bit of overlap in Monterey when I had transferred from that same store into Stockton as well.
I'm sorry, can you scroll up, Ms. Mullen, to the, okay. But it does say right here 2018, so that's incorrect. That should be 2019 on your education.
That study specifically was done in 2018, which was the end of the calendar year. I stayed over into the spring semester, which ended in 2019. So that study was 2018, but 2019 was when I actually graduated.
Okay, thank you. And if we could scroll down under current work and research, I would love to ask you about the National Geographic photography training, but I don't think that it's relevant. We want to be getting out of here, so it sounds fun. Under current work research, there's one study that you list here, correct?
Correct.
And the red is just the clarification to that study?
It was the title of the study, yes.
Okay, thank you. And other than that, you don't have, that's the end of this document, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in that study that you referenced, that is not about how HABs form, correct?
It's about how HABs and the connection between harmful algal blooms and air quality. So the possible attachment to particulate matter in the air. So
Right.
no, not about the formation of HABs.
It assumes that HABs, it's looking at HABs that are there, correct? And then it's looking at potential for aerosolization.
Correct.
Objection? So he has answered, Mr. Fern answered the question, so you can, the
Okay.
objection is argumentative.
And so you haven't done any published research or any published research or literature regarding the formation of HABs, correct?
No, but I have been monitoring through the past few years, working with grabbing samples in the area and looking at the drivers throughout the rest of the estuary in relation to and working alongside the State Water Board in monitoring that data.
Okay, thank you. And we could take this down now, Ms. Mullen, and maybe we'll just pull up your testimony to the extent we need to orient ourselves, and I will just ask Ms. Bear to confirm, is there a revised testimony that I might have missed?
Yes, I believe there is. It should be DTEC 053R, but it looks like we have that up here.
Okay, great. And if we could go to page 5 of that document, please. And I wanted to ask you, you cite in line 9 through 11, you cite to Dr. Rosenfeld's observations from his site's reservoir testimony, correct?
His observations, I would say, it's more so his takeaways from some of the research he had done looking at stream flow and its impacts on harmful algal blooms in the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers.
And if we could please pull up what's been marked as DTEC 57. This is DTEC 57, but this is not Dr. Rosenfeld's testimony, correct?
No, it
Okay.
is not.
I'm sorry. I think I did have a note here. Sorry. If we could pull up, I think it's mismarked or missed in the testimony. I think it's DTEC 56. Sorry, I asked to pull up the wrong thing. I was looking at the paper version or the online version rather than my paper version. This testimony is 92 pages long, correct?
Correct.
And is all of this testimony about HABs?
Not all of it, no.
And if we go to page 71 of this document, is this where the HABs discussion starts?
That is correct, yes.
Is this what you intended to cite to?
This was the section, yes, and specifically I was looking at page 72, paragraph 168.
Okay. So would it be fair that you are just citing if this citation should be more appropriately marked DTEC 56, page 72, paragraph 168?
Correct, yes.
Argumentative.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Get down to specifics. Citations are in fact important, so this is helpful. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that this is Dr. Rosenfeld summarizing other people's work, not his own work?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and we can take this down. Thank you. And then we'll go back to your testimony. DTEC 53R. And on that same page, I think we were on 4. Oops, yeah, if we could go to 4, please. On page 4, line 4. Do you see where you say occurrences of harmful algal blooms have increased in the Delta since 1999?
Yes.
And you don't have a citation for that statement, correct?
I'm pretty sure I was supposed to be the Lehman et al. 2013, which is cited later in the paragraph, but I didn't cite it there, so.
Okay. And you haven't been testing for HABs since 1999, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And is it your opinion or contention that, well, let me ask it this way. Is it possible that the higher incidence of blooms may be because there's increased monitoring?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, actually, let's go back to the question, Ms. Morris, because I don't think, are you asking whether there are increased, I don't think you meant this, but it sounded like you're asking there are increased blooms because of monitoring. You're not asking whether the monitoring is causing the blooms, right?
That's right. Let me try, let me restate it. Is it possible that the documentation of increased blooms may be due to the increased monitoring?
Same objection calls for speculation.
If you don't have a basis for an opinion, I don't know is a fine answer, Mr. Fern, please.
So I would say it's hard to make that claim. I think it's more so related to the fact that we've been seeing hotter and hotter temperatures on average as years have gone by since 1999. But to answer your question, I don't think there's a fine line of whether or not more monitoring has led to more reported blooms or if it's just been getting worse because of climate change.
So you don't have an opinion one way or the other?
No.
Okay. And just I don't think that you cited to the study that was in your CV, but I believe it has been marked as DTEC 48. And maybe Ms. Mullen, we could pull that up. I didn't see that in your citation. I did see that another witness cited it. Is this the study or paper that was cited in your CV?
That is, yes.
And in terms of this paper, I believe you testified earlier that there were two air quality monitoring stations.
That is correct, yes. Discovery Bay and Stockton.
In Stockton. And in terms of what was your role in drafting this paper?
Objection, Vegas to role?
I don't know. It doesn't say who drafted. I have to ask.
Overruled it, please, Mr. Fern.
I will say, since this was primarily the lead investigator on this was Haley Plaz. She was in charge of drafting this, but my role in working in this on this study was in also obviously the review of this paper to make sure that it was falling in line with the work we were doing out in the field, but was to oversee the intern that we had hired on for, which was mentioned as Cynthia Cortez. She was in charge of like monitoring the sites and going out there to grab samples. And then in 2023, we hired on 2 extra interns, which Haley Plaz and I both participated in looking into people to hire in the area. And then we both helped train them up to make sure that they were collecting the air filters so that data collection was following the same trend as the year prior. So that was my role overseeing this, and then also stepping in from time to time when either sickness came over, I forget what it exactly was, but there was a few weeks where I went out and grabbed those samples. So my role was more so being hands-on, being the person closest to the area to kind of help get that data in the right place.
Okay. And in terms of the monitoring station in Discovery Bay, do you have any familiarity with the results from that monitoring station and whether they were similar to the results that
compound?
Finish the question.
There were already 2.
I'm sorry, let's let Ms. Morris finish the question. And Ms. Proofer, it's a little bit hard to hear you, which is why I may have missed your objection earlier, and that may not be your fault. It just isn't cutting in very well. So Ms. Morris, if you can finish the question, it sounds like in anticipation, it may be an objection as compound. So you can decide whether to change it or finish it.
Well, I'm comparing 2 things, so it's not compound, but it will ask for a comparison.
Great.
In regards to the monitoring station and the data collected at Discovery Bay, did it find similar data as the monitoring station in Stockton?
It was my understanding that it was finding similar data. It has been a bit since I was looking directly at the results on this, but it was my understanding that there was comparable data.
And were you aware, or do you know if there were any issues with the methodology for how that data was collected, not collected, let me strike that. Are you aware if the lead author found that there was any issues with the methodology regarding how that monitoring station in Stockton was picking up data?
I am aware, yes. I mean, as with any scientifically written article, you're going to find ways that things could be improved into the future. I know it was mentioned that in the Stockton area, it's the air monitor was located near our crosstown freeway, highlighting pollutants that could be in the area. But having said that, there were still harmful algal bloom secondary or volatile organic compounds found on those filters, even though there was other sources of pollutants in the area.
Okay. And if we could go back to your testimony, we can start on page 4 again. And on that line that we were looking at, are you aware of any more recent literature regarding HABs in the Delta since 1999?
Definitely, yes.
And in this statement, you don't cite a specific area or location in the Delta, correct?
I was overall referring to the Delta as a full location, but
Okay.
no.
And I think your opinion is farther down on this page on line 10. It is my opinion that the Delta Conveyance project, do you see that?
Yes.
What specific data did you rely on to conclude that the DCP will worsen conditions for HABs?
So to answer that question, again, this testimony I had was from my observations in the field and the relation to why we saw less HABs over the time frame. So my observations being around the wet years versus the dry year that we experienced when I first started monitoring, was that the amount of flow moving through the system led to the correlation between less harmful algal bloom formation. So my opinion is that the Delta Conveyance project removing a source of flow would be, especially during those summer and springtime flows, which seem to be the most indicative from what I've seen from the observations that I've had through the field, would be the most aspect, or like the aspect of removing that flow would remove a source of water moving through the system, which could lead to less cross-channel mixing, so on and so forth, as a mitigation measure for harmful algal blooms.
Did you review any modeling results for your opinion that the DCP will worsen conditions for HABs?
I did not know.
And you just stated that removing water in spring and summertime specifically was part of your, I think you said correlation. And do you know when the Delta Conveyance project will be diverting water at the North Delta intakes?
It's slipping me, but I do remember reviewing it at some point.
Do you remember what you reviewed?
No, I don't.
And did you do any statistical analysis to confirm your correlation?
I did not, no. I'm not a statistician.
And did you review any of the hydrologic modeling that was presented in this proceeding?
Are you referring to Priest's testimony?
Referring to, yeah, we can talk about that.
I was going to say I overlooked her testimony, but aside from that, no.
But you don't cite to or rely on her testimony in any of your documents, correct?
I do not.
So is it fair that your statement that the DCP will worsen HAB conditions is based on an expectation rather than a measured outcome?
It's based on, I would say it's based on the observations that I'd seen in the field and just the line of thinking of, again, removing a source of flow from the system, leading to less downstream flow throughout the system, which in dry years has led to more blooms from the data collected from the FHAB portal.
And so I want to be sure that we're clear when you say my observations. So that is not throughout the entirety of the Delta, correct? Your opinion is focused on your observation, which I believe you stated was in 7 locations?
7 locations up front, and then also referring to the FHAB portal in several highly populated areas like the Discovery Bay and Big Break Regional Shoreline.
And Do you have any understanding, Mr. Fern, about residence time at different areas in the Delta?
I wouldn't say it's in depth, but I am aware of it. Yes.
And do you believe that residence time has an impact on the potential for harmful algal blooms?
I do believe so, yes, because higher residence times leads to more stagnant water in those dead end areas of the Delta.
And do you think that the residence time for the entirety of the Delta should be considered, or that it should be looked at in regions where there are areas where the water is more stagnant?
Objection, compound.
It's a comparison.
Overruled.
I think it's important to look at flow in several areas. I had mentioned that harmful algal blooms have been introduced since 1999, and they've been spreading over those 26 years, I would say. It's hard to tell where blooms are going to form in the future, and that's getting into the speculation end. But you can't just look in several areas and then in the future maybe there will be blooms forming in spots that we're not currently aware of. So I do believe looking at problem spots is a nice step, but it is not a full the full process that it should be going through.
Right, but I was asking specifically about residence time. Do you have an opinion as to residence time, whether it should be looked at as a whole for the entirety of the Delta, or and basically averaged over the Delta, or should residence time in different regions be looked at to accommodate for potential changes in hydrology?
I will state the same answer with, I believe that there should be separate areas that you should be looking at, as well as, I mean, the ones that we kind of already expect harmful algal blooms to be in, but also looking at other dead end spots that may or may not be already forming blooms.
And if we could look at page 6 of your testimony, Ms. Mullen, please, page 6. And specifically, I hope it's still on line 6 to 7. Yes. Do you see where it says the DCP will remove a source of upstream flow?
Yes.
And did you quantify the removal of upstream flow?
I did not quantify it, no.
And is it your opinion that there's currently insufficient monitoring for HABs in the Delta?
That is my opinion, and to highlight on that point, harmful algal bloom monitoring has consistently been a under-monitored part of the Delta since its introduction. And with the problems with climate change, and has it's been improving, and like I'd mentioned in my direct and my testimony, we had to form this HABs monitoring program to kind of fill in those data gaps for Stockton. But long story to answer your question short is there is not enough monitoring done in the area to make a foregone conclusion on how to manage HABs going into the future.
And on that same line, on line 10, you say, I'm skeptical of the adequacy of long-term monitoring with the DCP in place. What does the DCP have to do with your skepticism regarding the monitoring of HABs?
Sorry, I see Barbara raised her hand. I don't know whether to pause here or not.
Well, I think my questions are to you. And
yeah, so Ms. Bergen-Perea, if your counsel has redirect, they can ask you to follow up on Ms. Morris's topic. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? My fault.
No, that's okay. I'll try. So on line 10, you say, I'm skeptical of the adequacy of long-term monitoring with the DCP in place. And my question is, what about the DCP makes you skeptical that there would be any change in monitoring or decrease in monitoring? What did you really mean by that statement?
What I meant was, I was kind of alluding to this in my previous answer, where I believe there currently, as it currently stands, is not enough monitoring for harmful algal blooms in the Delta. Therefore, the current process of looking into harmful algal bloom impacts in the DCP isn't really, I believe, adequate to capture the encompass the full impacts of harmful algal blooms. So I think with the DCP in place, acting as a removal of flows from a system that's already, or a removal of water from the system that's already impacted by many water quality issues, specifically HABs, I feel will get more, we'll have worse problems throughout the Delta with exacerbating climate change And with a DCP in place, it will just be another notch on the problem that is currently harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
But you didn't quantify the amount of water that is removed from the system from the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say that your observations of bloom and no bloom years are more closely associated with the overall water year type, like a wet or dry or critical year, rather than specific with delta flow?
It's my opinion that those two go hand in hand. But I would say that it has been characterized versus the dry and wet years.
And looking at this page on line 2, you talk about Discovery Bay facing water circulation problems due to its infrastructure. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is Discovery Bay in essence kind of man-made or it's modified? How would you describe it?
To my understanding, and I wasn't there obviously for the pre-planning, was probably before I was born. But during that time frame, what I understand is they made Discovery Bay, and then it just kind of ended up letting people know that they had built the area. So my understanding is that it was man-made, but that's as far as my understanding of it goes.
And do you understand that it has, or do you know if there are circulation issues in Discovery Bay?
I'm familiar with that, with the repeated harmful algal blooms that have been forming there.
Okay. So later in your testimony, you make another statement about Discovery Bay. And if we can look at that, it's I think it's on the bottom of page 6 and 7. You see, when looking at the bloom activity around Discovery Bay, and you're talking about the flow moving through Discovery Bay and flow monitors. So I have a question here is, on one hand, how can you say that there are issues at Discovery Bay because of the infrastructure, but then attribute the overall occurrence of HABs in the Delta primarily to flow reductions?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
So with the flow in reference to Discovery Bay and its poor circulation, I think it's more of an attribute to how when water sits still in those dead end areas of the Delta, it highlights the impact of flow throughout the rest of the Delta where you have dead end impacts. During the drought years, like I mentioned with like the deep water shipping channel, which I'm more intimately knowledgeable of, where I'm going out and sampling, we didn't see much movement of water through the system. Therefore, water was able to sit and stagnate. Essentially, Discovery Bay looks like this, where there's not much water moving in because there's one entry point from the Indian Slough, which I did mention in my the CDEC data I put forward, which unfortunately the old river at Highway 4 was the closest point, and I know I mentioned it here, is that it's not really indicative of the amount of flow moving through the area. But because of that as an example point, it highlights the importance or the negative impact on what stagnant still water in that area leads to. And obviously reductions in water moving through the system, you could kind of see similar things in other parts of the Delta if that were to happen.
So would you agree, based on that statement, Mr. Fern, that there could be strong site-specific drivers that are independent of flow that have impacts on the development of HABs and HAB blooms?
I certainly agree that there are different impacts that you have to monitor for at different parts of the Delta, but I will once again emphasize that flow is one of the very few factors that can be mitigated against, because we have actions that can, or let me not we, state agencies have the ability to release more from reservoirs, move water through the system a little bit more in a more meaningful way than trying to control the sun, trying to control the amount of sunlight availability, the nutrients that have been overloaded in lots of parts of the Delta. But it is true that there are different impacts to mitigate for in different parts of the Delta.
How much water would have to be released from upstream reservoirs to improve any water circulation in McLeod Lake, for example?
I don't have
Objection.
Would you agree that a more rigorous quantitative scientific analysis would be required before you could definitively attribute blooms to changes in flow rather than to other factors?
It would certainly help inform the opinion, yes. You would need a little bit more information on how flow is moving through the system and exactly what that above amount might be in current day.
And other than assuming that changes in flow will be a problem, do you have any direct evidence showing that the Delta Conveyance project will worsen HAB conditions?
Nothing direct because we're talking about a project 20 years, well, 15 years into the future when it starts to get built.
But you did review, you said you reviewed Dr. Priest's testimony, correct?
I did, yes.
And did you review the modeling results that were contained in there?
I parsley and a lot of it is escaping me at this point, but I do recall looking at those, yes.
Okay. I think I don't have any other questions. Thank you so much for answering my questions today.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And thank you to all of our witnesses. I have a couple, maybe just a few questions. The first one is very general. I think it's for Ms. Berrigan-Perea. I just wanted to better understand Restore the Delta, and you talked about this a little bit, but Restore the Delta's geographic focus. Can you just describe it? I mean, I know it's the Delta generally, but I'm wondering if there were certain emphases on certain areas of the Delta or not. Can you just describe that for me generally?
We are a regional organization that works on water quality and quantity in regard to the whole region. We do we're located in Stockton. We do emphasize protection of environmental justice communities, both urban and rural, in terms of geography and priority, because we believe when you solve issues for environmental justice communities, you are solving issues for the entire population.
Thank you. And then following up somewhat just on this discussion, not just on this discussion about HABs and HABs monitoring. So I think this is a question both for Mr. Fern and Ms. Berrigan-Perea. As we just talked about in your testimony, Mr. Fern, you raised that in your opinion, there is inadequate monitoring for HABs. I believe you say, yes, in the Delta. As I understand it, to understand the cause and effect with respect to HABs. Well, I'll start with that. Is that generally accurate?
Yeah, I would say so, especially with why we had to get our program started in the first place.
And so building on that, are there particular locations in the Delta that come to mind that you would think, in addition to the 7 where you monitor, would be kind of first cut prime time? I mean, are there obvious locations, or is it just sort of there's a need for a network that covers this is a bit of a common question. Maybe I'll start with that. Are there obvious locations that come to mind for either of you for HABs monitoring?
I think I'm going to start with a little bit about the history of the program, because I think that'll give you context for how we believe it has to be built out.
Okay, thank you.
When we were noticing problems with HABs, we were noticing things that were happening locally in Stockton. We were hearing anecdotal stories about what was happening around Grant Line Road, around Middle River. We were receiving photos from people in Discovery Bay, and then photos about what was happening in Antioch. When we worked with the state water and regional water quality control boards in the development of our program, they were concerned coming out of that Cal EPA initiative that these large environmental justice populations in Stockton and San Joaquin County were in closer proximity to harmful algal blooms. So we agreed that those were the best test sites to start, especially where you have significant populations of people interacting with the water in the secondary zone in the urban of Delta. So that's how the program was built. When we worked with them, the idea was also that we were supposed to replicate the program. We never received full funding through Cal EPA, through grants and initiatives. I had to go raise all the money and continue to raise the money to keep Spencer and the interns employed. We get that through philanthropic donations, foundations. The water board supplies us with equipment and with lab access and testing. So we have never had enough resources to be able to go out and completely replicate the program. We did participate with the water boards in training Shingle Springs, and we have trained a couple fishermen who I don't believe to date have grabbed any samples for us. And so there are a couple of things that we believe. We've also done drone work with SF Baykeeper on how to observe for HABs in the estuary. In order to really be able to monitor, there's also work that's being done with Restore the Delta, the Water Board, DWR, the DSC, USGS, and the Mayor HABs program with possible app development. So to really monitor properly for HABs in waterways in the Delta and in California to protect environmental justice populations, you have to build out a bigger program for where they may occur. Also too, well, I'll stop there. That's your question.
As I said, I think I can answer your question like about the obvious locations or if they're not as obvious. The obvious locations would be Discovery Bay and Big Break Regional Shoreline, which I don't think there's really many other people out there doing weekly monitoring and getting a true extent of what's happening in the summer, because the way it currently works is somebody sees a bloom, they take a picture or report it to the FHAB program, which can have, I believe it's USGS or Fish and Wildlife or even the State Water Board that can go out. And I know there's been instances of DWR as well responding to those reports. But I think this is the part where it leans into the not so obvious, because not very many people have an understanding of what harmful algal blooms are. It's still a kind of a niche topic in the community, and trying to increase awareness on it, I feel and that's several presentations I've given before, is highlighting the impact to having kind of teach-ins and communities throughout the Delta, so that people are aware and more focused, so that you have more people out in the field going out and seeing, like if they're on a boat and they kind of highlight, oh, there's a bloom in this area. And then that's a way where you're getting more reports, and then ideally more eyes, more hands, more funding can find its way in there. Because as Barbara mentioned, we're funded as with the State Water Board to get supplies and testing for that, but that's not the case for everybody. But since I'm just one program manager for this program, it's hard to kind of encapsulate the entirety of the Delta. And ideally, you've got small pockets of people working in different parts of the Delta, ideally, but unfortunately, those other locations aren't as obvious.
Thank you. That conversation was very, very helpful to me. That's what I have there. I think it would be fair. I don't know if Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll, given that I introduced some more questions, do you want to follow up at this time on any of those, or shall we go to redirect? It's up to you.
I think we can go to redirect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I will look to Ms. Bear or Ms. Proofer or both. Do you have redirect for these?
Actually, take a quick break until top of the hour, perhaps. Just a little stretch break. Thank you.
Let's come back at 4. Welcome back. And I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And then I will look to Ms. Baer or Ms. Proofer. Do you have redirect for these witnesses?
We do. We have redirect for all three witnesses, but we would like to start with Dr. Finn.
Please.
Great. Hello, Dr. Finn. Thank you for joining us again. We're almost at the end of the day here. So I just have a few questions for you to clarify some of your testimony today.
Sure.
First, do you recall being asked by DWR's counsel about the potential for block groups in your analysis to be included in multiple buffer rings and thereby double counted? I believe this was particularly in reference to map 3 in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there other ways beyond the one that you described in your testimony to avoid the double counting problem?
Yeah, and there was actually two different double counting issues that were referred to and that were brought up. One we discussed in a little bit more detail with the overlapping buffers that were dissolved together, and the other that we talked about first and perhaps more briefly that you're referring to here, when a census block or a block group is bisected by a buffer and what to do with the population of the block group. Do you assign it to the innermost buffer or the next buffer out? And there is a methodology. I chuckle a little bit because it's called a centroid analysis. Basically, you find the geographical center, which is also called the centroid of the block group, which is, like I said, the geographical center, and then you assign the characteristics of that census block or of that census block group to the buffer where the geographic center lies. Therefore, kind of avoiding the problem of double counting populations that are in block groups or blocks that are bisected by a buffer ring.
Since submitting your testimony, did you repeat your analysis using that alternative methodology?
Yeah, so I did. I kind of did a second pass using all the same data, all the same buffers, but using this slightly different methodology to deal with that problem of, well, it's not a problem, but that discrepancy of the bisecting blocks and block groups. Yes.
I'm sorry, objection. This is outside the scope. This is a new analysis that was formed after he submitted his testimony, and I don't think it's appropriate to be providing this information.
I think that's, I will uphold that. And so we will strike this portion of the testimony, and it was not responsive to my understanding of the cross-examination that occurred was with respect to how Dr. Finn corrected for the potential double counting as reflected in his testimony and not outside of the testimony. So
right. I feel this line of questioning was opened up on cross-examination by asking him about the potential for the double counting problem. I'm simply eliciting as to whether he did think about whether there were ways to get around that.
Well, let's go forward and remain within the bounds of, I mean, I think other than, and we'll keep the portion where Dr. Finn identified there are other ways. So that seems fair enough to come in, but not the description of this particular other way.
Sure. Understanding that there are other ways to avoid the double counting problem, to your understanding, would those alternate methodologies change your conclusions about race and ethnicity disparate impact in this analysis?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
To his understanding.
Please, Dr. Finn.
Yeah, the situation with, especially with respect, as you're asking, Ms. Baer, with respect to race and ethnicity, because the data is at the block level, that was the benefit of using the decennial census data. At the block level, the blocks are small enough that the problem of them being bisected is not, it doesn't, excuse me, the problem of lots of blocks being bisected actually isn't huge because most blocks are fully within one or another buffer. And so the problem is not a huge problem. under different methods of analysis, I don't think the outcome would change. And I think that I'm very comfortable standing by the analysis as presented in my testimony and in today's conversation.
Thank you. Same question, to your understanding, would that alternative methodology change your conclusions in your testimony today with regard to language isolation disparate impacts?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Finn, do you recall being asked about whether you provided the data you were relying on to conduct your analysis along with your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that data publicly available?
Yes.
And where would one access it?
Well, with the current government shutdown, I haven't tried to access it through census or data.census.gov. I have heard out there in the world that there have been issues at data.census.gov, but I access all the census data that I use in all of my research and all of my different projects through the National Historical GIS Center, nhgis.org. It's a nonprofit data portal that has census data going back to 1790 up to the present, and it has basically every single census table it's actually quite a bit easier to access and to use than the census's own data portal. So I use, like many people who do this kind of work, I use the data via nhgis.org.
And is nhgis.org a publicly available website? Just to
Yes, ma'am.
confirm?
You need to create an account using an email address, but it is a free account. And you
Thank
have
you.
full access. It's not paywalled or thresholded in any way.
Understood. Dr. Finn, do you recall being asked about the chi-squared tests that you applied to your analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there other ways to do a strength of association analysis besides a chi-squared test?
Yeah, you could run a linear regression. You could do a spatial regression. Yeah, there's, those are the dominant, I suppose the most common other ways is to run a regression.
Did you also apply these other forms of tests of strength of association in your analysis?
I didn't because I didn't do that because those other methods are oftentimes used for data that's sampled.
Mhm.
And again, forgive me for getting a little bit wonky, but when you're measuring these kinds of, when you have the benefit of census data that's a count of the total population, you almost don't need a regression analysis to tell you that there's a strength of association and disproportionality, because like the descriptive statistics that I produced in my testimony, those are literally just the actual count of the entire population, and the actual count of the entire population shows that there are just actually a much higher percentage Hispanic Latino within 2 kilometers than within 5 kilometers. And so it's not like we need to do any kind of fancy statistics to show that the sample is likely to be represented in reality, because it's not a sample, it's a full count of the entire population. So basically the doing those kinds of more sophisticated, I mean, I can, they're quite straightforward to execute. And I'm confident that they would produce p-values like 10 to the negative 275th. But it's kind of a moot point because what we have is actual counts rather than sampled data.
Thank you. That's helpful. Do you recall being asked about, at the end of your cross-examination, whether you know of other water projects that used shared decision-making authority as described in the Hunold and Young paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you want to clarify with regard to that line of questioning?
Yeah. Yes, I would. This is kind of a genre of question that I don't want to presuppose where the questioner was going with this, but I would like to just state for myself that the lack of ability to identify where this has happened in the past, at least in my opinion, doesn't at all undercut the fact that shared decision-making authority is in fact a best practice in environmental justice and in procedural justice processes. So the fact that it hasn't been realized doesn't negate the fact that it is and should be realized in order to achieve procedural justice. And so I did want to make that point. So yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Finn. That's all the questions I have for you, and I'd like to pass it to Ms. Proofer to ask a few questions to Mr. Fern, unless we're doing recross right now.
Let's see, Ms. Carroll. How can I help?
I have very limited recross for Dr. Finn and hoping we can do this efficiently.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it that way, please.
Dr. Finn, although the information that you used to determine the census blocks is available on a publicly available website, did you have to develop specific queries to obtain the information you relied upon?
I've identified that I wanted to download the data for California and for the most recent year and for the geographic scale of the block group and census tract. So yeah, so in that sense, yes, I did have to like, I did not download the whole, however many zillion gigabytes of data that they have. I did say, give me 2020, give me race and ethnicity data, give me at the block level for the state of California.
And then did you have to choose the blocks that you analyzed?
Well, then I did a process in the software that I use, ArcGIS Pro, to overlay. I created the buffers, and then I overlaid the buffers. It's called an intersect. And I intersected the buffers. It's like you use the buffers as a cookie cutter to intersect the buffers with the blocks.
So without knowing that ArcGIS data, I could not recreate the data you relied upon in your testimony.
I mean, there's other software, but like you do need to do the data outputs that I used in my report do depend on me actually processing it with some form. There's open source versions of the software, there's different versions, but you do have to do something with the publicly available data to generate the outputs that I generated, yes.
Thank you. We'd like to reiterate our request for the data that Dr. Finn relied upon and hope we can do that informally and not have to subpoena for the data. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. And then I believe to you, Ms. Proofer.
Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. Mr. Fern. Hi again.
Hey.
Mr. Fern, do you recall being asked about your qualifications to testify?
I do, yes.
Is there anything you'd like to clarify about the experience that qualify you to provide the expert opinions you've testified to in this proceeding?
Yeah, so yes, I was trained by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to sample for harmful algal blooms in the Stockton area, as well as getting specific training on the means of specifically for harmful algal blooms and how what's protective personal protective equipment to wear. But in doing that training, all of the data we've collected, we did send off to the State Water Board, and they input that data into their own map that they have on that website, and they accept everything we do send over because they trust the training that they have received us. I've worked in monitoring over the past 4 years to the point where it's just become second nature to me at this point. And overall, the amount of time I've spent working around there, and then also having recreated in the Delta growing up, gives me like a pretty in-depth nature or understanding of the areas that I was sampling for.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Mr. Fern, could you clarify in what capacity you're testifying as an expert on HABs and community impacts today?
Yeah, so I am testifying as an expert in what I've observed when I've gone out into the field, my perspective as a community scientist, if you will, where a lot of my work is interfacing with the public, where there is that kind of disconnect between state scientists and community. I help bridge that gap where you end up having me. I kind of go out into the community. I kind of explain to members of the public about like harmful algal blooms to the best of my ability, providing demos to people in the area to kind of highlight the harmful algal bloom problem in a way that's a little more intimate than I think a state scientist working and trying to form a relationship in the area. But I often act as that catalyst between state agencies and members of the community when it comes to scientific and water quality related issues.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. Mr. Fern, do you recall being asked about the study you co-authored with Dr. Haley Plass?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if that study specifically evaluated the causes of harmful algal bloom formation?
I do, yes.
Could you clarify the relevance of that study to your opinions about the Delta Conveyance project in this case?
Yeah. So with that study, it highlighted that there was a propensity to having secondary, I'll just say secondary compounds. It's a mouthful for the secondary volatile compounds, but they attach to PM10, which is a measurement of air quality, what can be breathed in through the nose, or even through the mouth and nose, I should say. But that was a highlight of harmful algal blooms that is a really relatively unknown aspect of the true extent of how bad that could be for air quality related things or air quality related issues that could arise from harmful algal blooms. And I think that it's inadequately accounted for in DCP planning processes as it currently stands.
Thank you, Mr. Fern. That's it for redirect for you. I'll pass it back to Ms. Baer.
Suppose we should ask if there's any recross before that.
Ms. Morris?
No recross, thank you. Not for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Berrigan, I have a few questions for you just to round us out here. First, do you recall being asked by DWR's counsel about your qualifications to appear here as an expert?
Yes.
Could you clarify what in your professional, educational, and/or personal experience qualifies you to provide the expert opinions that you've testified to here?
I have worked at the Center of Delta Community for nearly 20 years and am considered an expert in Delta environmental justice issues. That is why I serve on the steering committee for Co-Equal, which is the UC system analysis of climate change and the impacts of saltwater intrusion into the Delta. I serve as an advisor for why am I going blank? I have to come back. I have to look at it. It's one of the related processes to Co-Equal. It'll come back to me in a second.
It's after 4 on after 3 days, so I think we're all suffering from the same thing.
Exactly. I also served on the expert EJ panel for the Delta Stewardship Council. We were brought in I was brought in as an environmental justice advisor by the Delta Stewardship Council to do outreach for Delta Science and Delta Adapts. I was it's been a 3-year study. I handled the first year and a half, a CLEAP study that was done with the Department of Energy and Lawrence Livermore Labs on the relationship between potential water quality impacts and carbon capture sequestration projects as it relates to environmental justice communities in the Delta. I helped prepare staff for their process in MRV, which is measurement, reporting, and verification, as the organizational lead with Lawrence Livermore Labs to create community standards and community benefit programs and pollution monitoring programs for industry projects throughout the Delta region. I've testified regarding the petition for rulemaking a couple times at the Water Board. At Just Transitions was that last category. Thank you. The program through UC Davis that is looking at how we're going to adapt land use in relation to water quality changes, in relation to climate change from an environmental justice perspective for communities.
Thank you. And do you recall being asked if you have performed an analysis of the increase over time in the HABs problem throughout the Delta?
I do recall that testimony, or the question, yes.
Yes. To clarify, have you overseen staff at Restore the Delta who have performed HABs testing?
Yes, what we did is when we developed the program, I recognized that we needed someone with lab experience. My job as an executive director is very entrepreneurial. When we identify a problem in the community that requires a certain educational background or skill set, my job is to go get that person, have them trained with whatever agencies or groups that they are interfacing with, and then to give them counseling and guidance on why we perform that work in relationship to identifying and understanding community problems, solving problems, and serving community. So when Spencer was brought in, there was a transition period where the data that I had collected through photojournalism, photos, and had shared with media and the public and had given to the water board had tested on. There were times where I had to get him started about what was the purpose of the work and what was the direction. After that, Spencer then began doing the testing independently and interfacing with water quality scientists and all the agencies that we've discussed, because that is his expertise. So that's it. During his regular training, because I don't interfere with data collection, there are sometimes weeks in the summer that I don't see Spencer or the interns. They work out of a separate lab facility. When I hear from him is, there's a problem. And that's because being able to identify that problem then interfaces with other pieces of work. And my job is to make sure that that information gets into the other programs that Restore the Delta and out to the public for dissemination. My job is not to collect the data or to analyze it. My job is to help with getting that community, that data and that information in front of the powers that be, because we have been working and pushing for a HAB standard with the State Water Resources Control Board for years now, and for getting it out to the public to protect public safety and public health.
Understood. Thank you. I have one more line of questioning for you, but before I get to that, I'd like to just jump in here. Officer Kenzie, I've been keeping a timer on our end, and I'm concerned that we're approaching the end of our party groupings allotted time. I think we have approximately 15 minutes remaining if my timekeeping is accurate, which we may stay within, we may exceed by a few minutes with our remaining redirect. We're almost through our questions. Is it okay if we finish?
Please move forward, and I'm hoping we'll finish by the end of the day and we'll all be happy.
We will certainly finish by the end of the day. Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Berrigan, do you recall being asked about the relationship between the DCA and DWR with regard to the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that there is a joint exercise of powers agreement between DCA and DWR for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, there is.
What was your experience with DWR's involvement in the SEC process?
I think maybe the best way to describe it is if we looked at DWR Exhibit 10. Those are the SEC comments. because there's something I'd like to describe about how the processes that were led by DWR intersected and merged with the DC-DCA processes.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could we pull up exhibit DWR 00010?
Objection, if that exhibit is outside of my cross.
I'm going to allow us to go there, but it sounds like the substance is not. So we can go forward. You can proceed, Ms. Bear.
Thank you. All right.
Reserving and just noting that we do need to reserve a little bit of time if there's recross by DWR, but
yes,
let's keep on.
We will. All right, Ms. Berrigan, is it your understanding that this exhibit DWR 00010 is the SEC member question and comment tracking master log?
Yes.
And did you review this document in preparing your testimony?
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to elaborate on now related to this exhibit?
Yeah, yes, there are several points. Sometimes the comments are written a little bit in shorthand that need for a little bit of further explanation, just because words would be omitted. But there is a chain of responses to comments that show how DWR used these meetings in presenting CEQA documents, and the fact that committee members were questioning that process because we had been told at the beginning, as in the letter that I had referred to that was sent to the steering committee members, that it was very unclear why this was happening if this was only supposed to be a process dealing with construction impacts. So I'd like to look at first page 170, item 1004.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'd like to reiterate my objection is outside the scope of cross.
I am getting concerned, but let's keep this very focused, both Ms. Bear and Ms. Berrigan-Perea. But please continue.
Okay. This is an entry that documents that the SEC members were presented with a review of CEQA alternatives for the DCP that showed how it would impact operations and meet water quality or water needs for the state water project. And Dr. Mel Lytle from the city of Stockton questioned how we could be getting a preview of a CEQA alternative and be asked to be given comments when we were supposed to be there only to really discuss design and construction issues. If we could go to page 174, 1012. I had raised the question at that point because processes were convoluted. And as I stated in my testimony, the bifurcation of these two processes made it very difficult for community to engage with the impacts. And this overall process was supposed to work with impacts. When I was recruited by Catherine Mellon, there were things that we were discussing that were happening in the field, particularly around harmful algal blooms. And she had said that there would be forums by participating in these processes. In particular, though, here, I raised the question, why are we looking at something that is discussing water quality alternatives for the state water project, but we aren't being given the time to address impact or operations on water quality for Delta communities? And then if you go to ID 1113 on page 191. And and before you flip there, if you notice the date, this was the July meeting, and now we're going to the August meeting on page 191. in the July meeting, when I raised that issue, and then when I said things weren't always documented, things would be concluded often with, oh, well, you could talk with so-and-so offline. I do remember sending emails to discuss when the opportunity would happen to talk about mitigation in terms of design. I was particularly interested in exploring design mitigation to deal with HABs if the hydrology and water levels and water flow were going to change in the Delta. I had talked with Catherine Mellon about that offline, I think shortly before we started this process. And in between July and August, after that happened, I remember being in conversation. I may have sent an email to her and Carrie Buckman, or maybe just to one. I feel like there were more people on that chain from what I can recall.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, again, I'd like to object. This is way outside of the scope of my cross-examination.
We are going far afield. I know I want to give you a chance, Ms. Bergen-Priya. I know it was you had an experience and you wanted to are telling the story. I'm just mindful of the time too, but please continue. I will allow you to continue.
We're almost done. And this is directly related to questions about whether Ms. Berrigan's experience of the SEC matched what she was led to believe about its scope.
Understood.
Right. And also, this is about questions if I understood the difference between the processes. Particularly here, when I raised the issue again, because in between in that month, I was told that we were going to deal with this issue in this subsequent meeting. We did not deal with it. And I made reference to the fact that we weren't dealing with a water quality issue when we were starting with a baseline on HABs that was 220 times more than what was the danger threshold according to state water board reporting. I particularly said here that I understood the SEC is dealing with construction, but I raised the issue because if we were going to, through the DCA, deal with community benefits plans, as we had been told we were going to, and we had environmental justice issues that relate to construction that could potentially maybe mitigate impacts from the project, that this was the time and the place to do it. The response to me was that the water board was responsible for water quality management, and that they were planning on doing a deep dive through a video, and that I would hear from DWR about ways to get involved to follow up with the HABs issue as it related to a baseline and to operations for DCP. We never heard anything more. We finished the SEC process, and I will stop there because there's more to say about this in terms of what our comments were in regard to HABs and what water quality items were rejected as impacts in our EIR comments.
Sure. Thank you. Final question, Ms. Berrigan. Is there anything further that you'd like to say on this? Or I suppose, is there anything further you'd like to clarify about whether you resigned from the SEC, why you resigned from the SEC?
Objection. I did not ask about her resignation.
I'll allow it, please, Ms. Berrigan.
Is there anything else that I wanted to clarify? Well, I left over cumulative frustration because what I just kind of walked through was the difficulty of this convoluted process and the fact that we couldn't address that connection between construction and operation, or opportunity through construction for mitigation to solve existing baseline problems. And then going back to my final resignation, when I couldn't get help or assistance about whether we were going to get updated or better baseline material in relation to air quality, that was it. I didn't want to even finish the last meeting. In addition, going back to these examples that I had raised, when you go through this, the DWR document, I had raised a question about real time water monitoring during construction as well. And the answer to that was, well, everything will be handled through discharge permits. Getting at best practices for environmental justice communities and how we handle things when we're working on carbon capture, the co-equal project, and many other projects that we work on. We always advocate for best possible standards to mitigate in real time for community. We advocate for transparency in real-time reporting so the community can be the third-party monitors. And then after that, we advocate for best community benefits and community benefit plans that do not address mitigation, but assist communities and help make things better for impacted communities from projects.
Wonderful. Thank you. That concludes my questions, and I believe we're just under our allotted time. So no issues there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, to you.
Thank you very much. This is actually to all three witnesses, if I may. Did any of you communicate with your counsel during the break?
Can you just clarify which break? The most recent break?
The most recent break.
Thank you.
I could start and say I did not.
I also did not.
I asked my counsel to pull up these documents. That was it, that I needed that we needed to pull up what I just asked to be pulled up.
Berrigan, by these documents, do you mean DWR 10?
Yes.
And Ms. Berrigan, did you previously review DWR 10 prior to the break?
Oh, I've been reading it for weeks. And
Ms.
in
Berrigan,
preparation for
why
testimony.
did you not identify DWR 10 when I asked you which documents you reviewed in preparation of your testimony?
We didn't include it as an exhibit because it was your exhibit.
That's not my question, though. Why did you not identify it as part of the documents you reviewed?
I'm sorry, I thought I did. And if I didn't, then that was an oversight.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
Thank you. Then with that, I will thank all of you, Dr. Finn, Mr. Fern, and Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Thank you so much for your patience and your time and staying with us all afternoon. And thank you so much for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you to the attorneys for being efficient. We are here at 4:38 and about to close for what is not quite our final day on case in chief, but fairly close. I really appreciate everyone's efficiency. Although I think Mr. Krieger may win the award for most efficient cross-examiner, I'll have to admit. We are scheduled to meet again, some of us, those who are choosing to participate in the site visit, on November 10th. We are meeting, let me make sure I get this right, at 9 a.m. at the Willow Ballroom on November 10th for those who are participating in that site visit. Absent that, we will meet on Zoom, not absent, but in addition to that, I should say, we are going to meet again on Zoom for purposes of this proceeding on November 17th, when we will hear from the Hood Community Council remaining witnesses. We had a number of procedural items we addressed this morning, but with that, is there anything else we need to address before we break? And I see you, Ms. Meserve. If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good afternoon, Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Just since you mentioned the site visit and since we're getting close to that, I thought I would point out two things. One is we're working on the additional handouts that will go with the North Delta tour, and I'll try to get those circulated around to DWR so they can make sure if there's anything that DWR wants to add by the beginning of next week.
Thank you.
Then I'll check with Ms. Fata, who is managing the Eventbrite invitation. I believe there may be additional room on the bus, so I guess I just want to put it out there for anyone who's listening that the bus is paid for.
So we had fun on the bus.
Right, I know. Well, and I don't think we're gonna get switched to a school bus. We do have a meeting with the bus company on Friday to try to go over the turnarounds and some of those details. And so hopefully we'll be able to stick with the cushier, more comfortable bus for this portion of the tour, but I'll be able to report back on that. But in any case, I guess I just want to put it out there that if anyone was thinking about signing up, as far as I know, and I just received a text from Ms. Fata that yes, there is additional room. I know that there had been a notation, I believe, in terms of parties only. I think that there's probably a little bit of availability for, parties, consultants, or other people who would benefit from the tour as long as we're not edging out parties. So subject to the hearing officer's discretion, obviously.
Yes, yes, of course. And I think I said parties and party representatives, and I meant to include, yes, anyone designated by a party who might benefit from participation.
Okay.
As long as we prioritize. And I will add some of the hearing team may sign up. I had also kind of cautioned the hearing team that I want to make sure that the parties are all able to attend in addition, but we may have some additional staff who would like to participate as well. So we will coordinate on that end.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so anyway, just want to give an update on that. And then when we meet again, if I have further updates on the site visit, I will give them. And then it sounds like this morning there was some discussion of the evidentiary objection dates, and it sounds like there's still some concern about, us not having very much time, or our extension only being 2 additional days with the holiday. So
No, that is not. I need to go back and look at it.
Okay.
One thing we did do, just so you, and I'm going to issue what I was calling a minute order of, but that minute order will not address the deadline for responding to evidentiary objections. But DWR did request, we were talking about that, and then DWR requested an extension for submission of their evidentiary objections until November 19th. And I said, well, then obviously there will be at least a 2-day extension, but there is going to be something in addition. I just need to sit down with a calendar and our existing schedule and put that together. So it
We
will be
appreciate
more
that.
than 2 days, I can tell you that.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Is there anything else we should address now before we break until we reconvene on Zoom on November 17th? And we are holding December 9th and 10th, and I will include that in the minute order, if I remember, for cross-exam of site visit witnesses as necessary. I'm not anticipating we'll need both days. I sure hope we won't. But I just wanted to hold both for scheduling purposes. All right, then with that, I will see you, some of you on November 10th, the rest of you on November 17th, and we are adjourned. Thank you.